I hope you're enjoying the action here from Winthrop University. I wanted to take a chance to highlight some of the charitable contributions that the United States Disc Golf Championship has been able to make in its 22-year history. The Educational Disc Golf Experience is a program that introduces school-age children to disc golf all over the country. In any other year, we'd have hundreds of them here today, throwing some putts and watching some great professionals play. The USDGC has been able to contribute over $300,000 to the EDGE program. For more information, you can visit their website right here. Throw Pink is an organization dedicated to the fight against breast cancer and also to providing opportunities for women and girls to experience disc golf. They host clinics and tournaments all over the country. For more information, you can visit Throw Pink right here.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Women's National Championship Day 3. As always, I'm Hannah Macbeth, joined live in studio with five-time PDGA World Champion Juliana Korver. Juliana, thank you for joining us. Day 3. What did you gather after Day 2, and what are you most looking forward to seeing today?
Well, the conditions are a little bit different today. It's a little, well, as you can tell by what I'm wearing, it's cold. Hannah is braving the cold. It's a little bit windier, so that should come into play. We'll probably see a few more OBs. But my takeaway from yesterday was really the difference we saw in Paige's play following the weight they had on hole 13. She had 2.5 missed throws on hole 13. It's really a testament to how good she is that she could save her par from there.
Right.
Following that, hole 15, she missed the Mando. She really sort of missed her shot from the drop zone as well, taking a bogey on that hole. And then finishing up on 18, she had 2 out-of-bounds strokes on 18. She could have had a couple more with the rollaway and the approach shot. She finished with a double bogey, but she actually played it even slightly worse than that. So we could hear her frustrations on more than one shot on hole 18, how she wants to stay with the plan and not be aggressive. I would expect that she will stay more focused today. I think she could have closed the door yesterday, but she didn't quite do that with the trouble she had towards the back of the round.
That's right. Paige Pierce, in her post-round interview with the Pro Tour, said, "I got aggressive and went against my game plan when I should have not, and it won't happen again. I didn't even practice that second shot that she made. But she got a little greedy, and Winthrop gives you bogeys when you get a little greedy."
One thing I do want to mention, though, is that because of her first missed putt on 18, it put her in a position to have the most remarkable putt that I saw yesterday, and that was from her knee below the basket. The basket is already significantly elevated, and she was towards the back of circle 1, and she made that putt. It was remarkable.
And here we have our Women's National Championship leaderboard halfway through the major. Paige keeping herself on top at a 15 under for the entire event, followed closely by Katrina Allen. Katrina having great stats on the fairway again yesterday, going 96% for the round. Second in birdie percentage to Paige Pierce, but first in parked percentage to Paige Pierce. Katrina also still needing to improve her circle 1 X. It's a very competitive stat in the field, so she is 70%. I know she'll be looking to improve that again today. Followed by Heather Young. Heather maintaining her position on the leaderboard going into today. She's currently 83% on the fairway, 69% from circle 1, and Owen Scoggins 100% from circle 1, 78% on the fairway. Speaking back in just to Paige Pierce, she said she is very happy with her putting this tournament. It's something that has been not as good as her game since the Preserve. She's been putting a lot of work into it, feels good about closing out this major with a really good record on the putting green. In fact, it took 34 holes before she had a missed putt inside circle 1. She has 36 holes left. Juliana, it is different conditions today. What do you suspect we'll see from her? Coming off of 18 with such a blow, should the field be worried? Should Paige be worried? Do you think she'll be tempted to get more aggressive, though she says she won't?
I think she just needs to do exactly what she's been doing so far. Hopefully for her sake, she'll be able to stay focused the entire round. The first round, we also saw that it seemed like she let up just a little bit at the end. But as we've talked about, this course is mentally fatiguing, and I'm not sure if that was the factor, or if maybe she thought she'd already done enough, and so she kind of let off the gas. But I suspect that we will see another very strong round out of Paige today.
Here we have Sarah Holcomb. Sarah has been slowly but steadily making herself up the leaderboard.
We heard Sarah mention after the first round how she didn't take the OB seriously enough first round, so I suspect that is why she's now crawling her way back up. She's carded fewer OB strokes than she did on round one. I mentioned yesterday that during round one we had an average of just over 6 OB strokes for the women's field. On round two, that decreased to just over 5 on average for the women's field. We have now had one woman complete a round with no OB strokes, and that was Ellen Widboom yesterday.
Ellen Widboom tying with Owen Scoggins at the end of her event. After day 2. Ellen did well and even carded the eagle on hole 10. Unfortunately, she had several missed putts within the circle, and putting is very important here at Winthrop. I know Paige Pierce has mentioned course management, but
here we have hole 1, 249 feet, par 3. Players must throw to the right of the mando that is just off the left side of the tee. A flex sidearm down the left side of the fairway will give players the best chance at a birdie. There is a restricted low ceiling backhand hyzer, though I doubt we see anybody take that route on this card. Notice the basket is on a slight incline, making the putt just a little bit more difficult.
And you can see the movement and the weather change, darker than the past 2 days, much windier than what these women are experienced and are used to, having perfect conditions for the practices.
Here we have Kona with her approach shot on hole 2.
I suspect if any of these women are going to be managing the course well, it will be Owen Scoggins. She said she relies heavily on that overstable plastic, and what that does is it carries her away from the OB. I think she aims it out a little bit more right, and in the wind, overstable plastic is always the most consistent.
Reliable.
Yes, thank you.
You know it's coming back. And because she's throwing a sidearm, that's why it's going away from the water. Or the OB, which is more often on the left side on this course.
Missy Gannon took to social media today to just say she wants to play more aggressive and really show Winthrop her best golf. She feels very strongly that she hasn't shown her abilities, and I quite agree. Yesterday we saw her struggle quite a bit just on those approaches. She found OB several times. She had 5 OB throws, 86% from the circle, but 83% fairway hits. Not great. I felt she kept putting herself out of position for birdie and sometimes struggled to even find a par.
I don't know that this is the case, but it's possible that she is such a strong putter that on the average course she doesn't need to worry about getting inside of circle 1. Whereas here, if you're not inside of circle 1, you're often in a hazard or an OB.
Pretty good approach there from Sarah Holcomb. She will have to contend with those pillars. Sarah getting off to a slow start yesterday. She was 3 over through 8, then managed to put herself 3 under for the round. She had a fabulous back 9, only carding one bogey, but she had a 107-foot throw in for eagle on hole 13.
Speaking of eagles, Kat has now eagled 3 of the holes out here.
Katrina Allen, always a joy to watch take down the fairways. She's been trying to work very hard to start up the Respect Her Game movement that we saw in disc golf just a few days ago. Katrina, in order to complement that movement, she's decided to organize get-togethers for the ladies on tour and help women build friendships off of the course. Yesterday, you and I competed head-to-head in some mini golf not too far from here.
Yes, we did.
10 PDGA World titles on that card.
Okay, with our final tee time for the 3rd round of the 2020 Women's National Championship. Teeing off first, representing Texas, 5-time Women's World Champion and 3-time United States Women's Champion, Paige Pierce.
Paige has yet to find a birdie on hole 1. She's not a dominant forehand player. She's predominantly backhand. She said starting off this tournament with a forehand is
That's a nice looking shot.
difficult for her. They say there's a commentator's curse, but I don't agree. It's a great shot from Paige Pierce.
2012 United States Women's Champion and 2014 Women's World Champion, Katrina Allen.
Kat had a good drive on this hole yesterday, but she found herself behind one of the bushes that's close to the basket and was not able to convert for the birdie.
It's a little tight.
Yeah, she turned that one over too much, ricocheted off the tree there.
She'll still have a look at the basket, but it'll be a little further back than she wants. Heather Young came off of her round yesterday and said, sticking to my game plan under all circumstances is probably what's been most important to me so far. It can be really hard watching players attack holes and get easy birdies when I can't attack like that yet, but the key for me is just to stick to what I can do even when it's less exciting. That mindset is great to have here at Winthrop.
It's a little tight.
Representing California, Owen Scoggins.
Heather is mature beyond her years.
Owen Scoggins came back to tour. She took some time off for about 3 years in 2016 to go to school, and once life settled down, she said she wanted to come back out and compete with the best because she loves the game and the women on tour. She certainly has what it takes. What a great forehand from Owen. And an even better roll toward the basket. And with that, we are off on round 3 at the Women's National Championship. Scores are already starting to come in. We invite you to follow the live scoring of the other cards on udisclive.com. You can follow your favorite players, check in with their stats, and even get a feel for what might be going on here at Winthrop that we're unable to cover with our several cameras. And in checking in with the scores, it does seem to be playing relatively harder out there for the women once you get out to the open holes. I'm excited to see how the change in weather, how these women are able to deal with that.
I think she's, yes, put herself very close to the basket there.
Well done. Exactly what you need to do. Just need to keep pace with the rest of the women, and when you deviate from your game plan a bit, maybe find yourself in a different position, you've got to put yourself back with minimal mistakes.
Yeah.
On with her birdie attempt on hole number 1.
Great putt for Own. She'll continue to have that 100% circle 1 stat. Paige and Own, one of the only 2 women to card the birdie on hole 1 today. The only other woman in the field was Sarah Cunningham from Greenville, South Carolina. One competitor that's keeping pace with the lead card, in particular Own Scoggins, is Ellen Woodboom. She's currently tied with Own for 4th. Own taking the birdie on hole 1, Ellen carding a birdie on hole number 2.
Watching Heather try to get her disc out of the basket, you can tell just how quickly it slopes away. Here we have Ellen with an approach on hole 2.
Oh, no. Wow, incredible.
Such a beautiful flight.
Incredible. 100, just about 145 feet out, and for birdie. Absolutely. I think they call that the clutch gene.
Let's see, this is hole 3. This is Kona on with her drive on hole number 3.
Kona getting off to a bit of a slow start today.
That needs to fade. That is going to be in the tree line.
And if I remember from day 1, she did have a similar shot. And we were able to get some bonus footage of her shot yesterday as well, and she just keeps hanging it out right just a little bit. I think she maybe needs to test that left side just a little bit more.
What you may not be able to tell on the video is that the hazard line on number 3 actually comes in, so it makes it look like it's an island green. And there's really no danger that you're going to land in that area because it plays so short, but it can still get in your head and kind of subconsciously force you over to the right. Here we saw Paige with a roller on number 2, and I couldn't tell if that ended up in the sliver of OB on the right-hand side or not.
She was, in fact, awarded a green flag. That's a great first shot off of hole 2 for Paige Pierce, but very scary. Here's Owen with a
That's beautiful.
more classic approach, I would say.
Yes.
Just straight down the fairway, give yourself a great position for your second shot.
Surprising how often that particular tree and underbrush catches a drive.
She keeps it nice and low and flat. Unfortunately, it doesn't hyzer out in time. But I still think she'll have a good position from there, just not as far up the fairway as she wanted to be.
Should have no problem getting a par, but I think she's gonna, if she's still thinking of a birdie, she's restricted quite a bit.
And that's what we're going to be looking at the most, is who is going to continue to push even when they're out of position. I think Katrina may need to analyze her game plan a bit and see the areas in which she needs to continue to hunt down Paige Pierce. She needs to continue to finish under par.
Here's a look at hole number 2. The initial shot is right up the middle with either a forehand or a backhand, and as we saw with Paige's shot, a roller is a good option as well. It's a second shot on this hole that is more critical with the OB parking lot coming into play no matter what route you throw. There's also plenty of danger around the basket with the road, parking lot, and fence marking the OB, as well as the protective pillars to the right of the pin.
Scoring update, Ellen Woodboom is currently putting for birdie from circle 1 on hole number 3. She's currently tied for 4th with Owen Scoggins. Owen does have holes ahead of her to pull ahead of Ellen, but as of right now, these two women are competing, whether they know it or not, for a top finish.
I think they know it. They played on the same card yesterday, and through most of the round, it looked like Ellen was going to be joining our lead card until hole 18, when I believe Owen pulled ahead. Actually, I'm sorry, they tied. They tied yesterday, but Ellen was ahead until hole 18 yesterday.
I know Katrina is seen there on her phone. I don't think she's necessarily worried about scoring this early into the round. She knows her positioning. I think she's just playing Sudoku.
I was guessing a crossword puzzle.
I love that flight. It's just got to come back in bounds. Settle nicely. She'll have those pillars to contend with, but Heather Young, hailing from Tennessee, says wooded courses are her favorite. I'm thinking she's no stranger to having to contend with a couple of obstacles in front of the basket.
And that'll be a birdie putt that she will have. Here's Owen with her second shot on hole 2.
Yesterday, Owen went bogey-free through the first 12 holes. She said she stuck to her plan, relying on overstable discs to carry her away from the OB. I'm thinking we're going to see that here, and we do. Wow, I loved the flight of that.
That was fantastic. The self-awareness to know how hard to throw to get the correct distance is really impressive on that shot.
And the trust.
Yes. The one thing that I was slightly worried about is that she threw it so low. I was worried that it might potentially hit the curb and not skip in bounds. So I'm glad that it, in fact, did.
I'm also glad I didn't park my car there this morning because I almost did. Paige slightly out of position. She'll still be able to work her way around that tree, but again, not a forehand dominant player. Of course, she has it in her arsenal, but not her comfort zone.
This is a long way down the fairway. This is where many of the women are landing on their second shots. She's already in the tighter area of the hole where the parking lot. If we zoom to the left, we would see the parking lot.
It's a bit high.
That's not what she wanted. She'll still be putting for her birdie, but it's a long putt with pillars in the way.
Paige did manage to card the birdie on hole 1 from circle 2. She has yet to birdie hole 2 for the tournament. I'm sorry, I misspoke. She carded the birdie on hole 1 from circle 1. She'll be putting from circle 2 on hole number 2. She has yet to birdie this hole for the event.
If you had asked me before the event, I would have guessed that she would have birdied this at least twice. Well, she still can do that.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable. Wow. Barry Schultz is proud of that putt. The height on that putt.
From our angle, it looked like she went over that pillar.
Oh, she definitely cleared that
and
pillar.
then to fall into the basket that quickly. Those pillars are very close to the basket. That was amazing.
That was absolutely incredible. Well done to Katrina Allen. She'll card the birdie on hole number 2, bringing herself under par for the round so far.
I'd like to get a look from behind Paige to see if she's, based on the fact that she's lined up straight, it seems as if she may be able to go through. Or maybe she's going to go over like Kat just did.
Paige misses her putt, wonders if it will hit out of bounds. Fortunately, she has found the OB, skipped over those, not sure what you would call them. Parking blocks. We just call disc golf. We don't know about the other things. Regardless, she'll be putting for bogey from circle 1, and Katrina will be looking to make up some strokes on Paige here. Just as you said earlier in our show, it's not over until it's over.
Tiny bit to the left, but still in the basket, and
Paige
that
has
will be a
started
bogey.
out both rounds, including this one now, so all 3 rounds, even through 2 holes. Previous rounds, she's gone par. Today, she has carded a birdie, followed by a bogey. Heather Young in for birdie from circle 1. It's a great, direct, and confident putt from her. I love to see that so early here at Winthrop.
The pillars did not bother these women at all.
As we move on to hole number 3. Oh my goodness, that was so good from Katrina. And here's Heather. Great. As they'll move up the leaderboard.
This is Missy Gannon on hole 3. That should have stayed. Oh,
And Sarah Holcomb as well. I love that reaction from Missy Gannon. Just playing within your game.
Oh no.
Oh, Missy. Here's Kona.
Oof. Now we're on hole 3, 369 feet, par 3. The elevated tee makes this hole play closer to 300. There is hazard all along the left side and behind the pin. The key for a backhand is to control or minimize the fade to keep it straight and safe. Players can do that by throwing a slower disc, such as a mid-range or a fairway driver. A forehand is a good option off the tee. Such shots need to swing out wide enough to be thrown flat enough that they don't skip into the tree line.
We did see some putting woes from the women, but we also saw some putting victories. Owen Scoggins is still 100% from circle 1. She's currently 2 down for the round. She's brought herself 4 down for the event. 2 strokes behind Heather Young, whose putting is also 100% today. When it comes to putting, Owen said she went better the second day, which was yesterday. On day 1, she had 2 or 3 missed putts inside the circle, but she went 100% from circle 1 yesterday and has continued that so far into today. She'll take the tee box first. Owen is no stranger to competition. She's played 11 tournaments this year, 7 wins.
Seems a little high. I think we're going to be off on the right-hand side.
Owen has landed in circle 2 on this fairway, but she will have plenty of brush to contend with.
When throwing downhill, it's easier to keep your line if you also throw down.
And right away, I didn't like that release from Katrina online, but that nose angle was significantly different than yesterday.
I wasn't sure how understable that disc was, so I wasn't sure how it was going to react. It was close, but just a little bit left of what she wanted.
Heather Young recently turned 18, admits being the youngest FPO on tour can be intimidating, but she thinks it's been fun seeing what she can accomplish.
She has turned that over a little bit.
It is much breezier today. We can feel it even in the studio here over by hole 18.
Once again, we hear Paige verbally expressing her frustration.
Yesterday, Paige was 87% for fairway hits. Thinking she's going to need to put in some work in order to get that done, but here's a great shot of what we're seeing. And UDisc stat comparison for our top 4 ladies so far. Katrina Allen, no surprise there, leading in fairway hits. Owen Scoggins, no surprise with her leading in circle 1 putting going into today. What is surprising is Paige Pierce just really not deviating from her game plan, but not able to capitalize on these shots as often as she can.
Did have a great drive on hole 1, but it doesn't feel like she's quite in her groove yet.
As someone who's been there before, what would you be what are you speaking to yourself in this moment if you're Paige? How are you recentering and refocusing in?
I was usually in worse headspace if I was talking to myself, or I did have a couple of mantras that I would say over and over again. But I was usually in my best focused area if I was repeatedly singing a song in my head.
Paul does that. Maybe it's a 5-time thing. Heather Young did find the out of bounds, so that will be giving herself the best look for bogey from circle 1.
Slight clarification, that was hazard, not out of bounds.
Yeah, it came out.
Okay, I'm going to share with you the 2 mantras. Now, granted, these are mantras that I came up with or found after I was already finished competing. I used these mantras when I was into running, and one is "You are stronger than you think you are," and the other is "You can do more than you think you can."
That looked strong and confident. Really appreciate that upshot from Paige Pierce. Should be putting for par from circle 1. Sometimes little movements like that and being able to attack and attack well can really bring you back to where you need to be, and it can recenter your mindset. As I said, Owen is putting for birdie from circle 2. bit more uncomfortable than she'd like. She'll leave that low, but lots to contend with there as we see her walking out from her spot.
I think both Paige and Owen can be happy with where they ended up. That can be ugly over there, and they were both on the edge, so they were able to have relatively unobstructed shots.
Hole number 3 coming in as the 7th most difficult hole of the day. Only 2 women have carded the birdie here. That's Andrea Eaton and Tiger Borth. Bit low for Katrina. She'll be putting for bogey from circle 1.
I'd like to mention it seems appropriate that 3 out of the 4 camera people on the lead card are women.
And they are doing excellent, if they can hear us. Paige hugging that right side of the basket, still in.
She was on the left side on the last putt, on the right side on this putt, but they both stayed in.
She'll walk away with her par.
This will be for Kat's bogey.
And Owen will find herself in for par. And Heather Young putting for bogey from circle 1. Not giving themselves the best scoring opportunity here on hole number 3, but there's plenty of time to correct. These women make their way over to hole number 4.
Hole 4, 381 feet, par 4. This is a low ceiling tunnel shot straight off the tee. Position is important on this drive. You want to punch it out far enough so that you can have more easily throw around the Mando on your next shot, but not too far that you are beyond the bend of the fairway. Once past the big Mando tree, the fairway takes about a 120-degree turn back to the basket, which is almost completely surrounded by evergreens.
Hole 4 playing as the 8th most difficult hole of the day, with one competitor walking away with the birdie so far, and Sarah Holcomb. Sarah gave herself a relatively easy look at the basket, forehand dominant player. As Owen keeps it nice and low. I like that nose up angle as it just glides further up the fairway.
Very straight shot. Excellent. I think she's put herself in a really good position that she can use her sidearm to get around the Mando. A little left, it won't hurt her at all though. Unless mentally she's frustrated that she didn't hit her line.
Yesterday, Paige carded her first birdie on this hole. Oh, I'm sorry.
There you can see Paige is not happy with her shot. She did make the gap, though she wanted to be right in the middle of the fairway, such as that drive.
I was mistaken when I commentated that Paige Pierce has yet to birdie hole number 4. And you have to wonder, Of course, I think you can give us some insight there. Are you taking that into consideration? Are there holes out there that you plan to birdie during practice and you haven't gotten them yet, so you're a little more anxious and perhaps a bit more ahead of yourself?
I can't speak for Paige, but for myself, it's pretty much a blank slate each round. I'm trying not to think about what did happen. I'm trying to think about what can happen.
This was an excellent shot from Heather Young, and that's great insight. I really appreciate that, because I think it's easy to assume things about competitors and think we know everything about them, but to be able to hear it from someone who has been there gives us a little bit more of a proper insight as to what these women may be thinking.
That drive that we just saw by Heather is the best drive that I've seen in the FPO division so far. Sets up nicely for a lefty backhand. She's made it through the gap in front of the line of trees on the left, and she should have a pretty simple approach so that she can have a drop-in 3, which is a birdie on this hole.
So we'll catch up with Paige Pierce on the fairway for her second shot. Just a quick peek at the scoreboard.
That's a little long, a little wide, but she's going to be looking right at the opening.
I'm interested to see if Paige will attack this basket.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so for a second. She's a long way away, and if she misses, she's potentially going to be behind those evergreens, and it slopes away. And remember, you said that the mulch on the backside of the basket makes it an even faster green.
Sure.
I think she's laying this up.
I don't know. It's hard when it's just right there. She has yet to birdie this hole, coming off of a bogey on hole 2.
I don't think Owen's going to lay that up, though.
Paige did give an interview with the Disc Golf Pro Tour yesterday and said her goal for today is, seriously this time, I'm going to stick to my game plan.
Kat, this is the best position that she's had on this hole. She's been throwing this one a little bit long, and she's been ending up behind the grove of trees that you can see on the left. So now she finally has a more open shot at her approach.
And I love Katrina taking her time to set herself up, and if you just watch her wind up in her forehand, it's quite slow and then power.
If she can clear that last evergreen.
Oh, she has rolled forward quite a bit.
I think she will have a straddle putt from there.
With the hundreds of competitors who have found themselves under those evergreens, I am thinking I'm going to make an educated guess that it is relatively open through there, and there aren't as many branches as there
could have been. It is more open than it was. That is definitely true.
Well, we certainly saw a great shot from Heather, and here she is with her second shot, outdriving all of her card mates. She said it's obviously an awesome feeling being in third right now at a major. Talked to her a little bit yesterday. She said, certainly doesn't mean I don't want to play even better. People still have less expectations of me, so it's the perfect opportunity to show off the skills I have with less pressure than there might be later on.
That looks excellent. Once again, she proves just how mature she is. I'm really impressed by her mental fortitude.
She said Paige and Kat are obviously tough to beat, but it's fun being in the position of the new person trying to catch them.
The other thing that I really appreciate is that it seems like she's enjoying the journey.
I 100% agree with you. She is quite the joyful card mate at all times. And I think it's just because she feels comfortable in her game. She's very confident, as you said, very mentally mature. There are just some shots out there I think she's looking to clean up and execute better, but if you're comfortable, then...
I think that was a layup.
Well, if anyone would know, I'm assuming it would be you, so I'll give you this one.
Although I have not played a competitive round with Paige, so you probably have me there.
Owen Scoggins taking her time, walking up to her lie. She's putting for birdie from circle 2. And I think that was a good example of Own trying to go for it, but maybe pulling back a little bit. She said today she just needs to go for it. She can't be scared, and she just has to stick to her game plan no matter what if she wants to continue to move up and play well.
That was a beautiful shot by Kat there. Didn't go in the basket, but did you see how she put the nose up so that she put the brakes on that disc and it just came down right at the basket, and she didn't give it a chance to go past. That was a birdie from Heather.
The only birdie of the lead card. The second birdie of the day. As I said earlier, Sarah Holcomb walked away with the birdie. Now Heather Young will join her. Heather and Own, the only 2 women on the lead card to shoot under par so far for the round, as they will make the walk over to hole number 5's tee pad. Want to see some more of that shot from Heather. That was absolutely incredible. Wow.
Beautiful backhand hyzer through the gap. And that gap is blind from the tee. You can see where the sun shines, but today there's not many shadows, so that's just knowledge of the course.
And then to throw a good controlled second shot. This is a different angle. The disc comes in. Just all around well done.
Really taking advantage of the lefty shots here.
There she is at only 18 years old, competing with some of the best women in the United States. Feeling comfortable.
Here we have hole 5. 801 feet, par 5. This is one of the most iconic holes on Winthrop Gold. The water is definitely a factor on not only the drive, but quite possibly every shot on this hole. 2 strong and well-placed throws may put players close enough to contemplate going over the water on their 3rd shot, but the women may also play safe and throw around the outcropping of trees at the corner of the bend in the fairway. A par is certainly still in the cards going around the outside, and actually Paige has now shown us, I think twice, that a birdie is available going around the outside as well.
In her interview, Paige said, "I'm really comfortable with my game plan on hole number 5. I'm just eating my Thunderbird bar, walking down the fairway as they're all trying to throw over the water, and I think that helps a lot with the front 9 score and makes me feel less stressed about the back 9. And I have to agree with her. I mean, it took her several moments to play her second drive just because she wasn't attempting to go over the water. And both days she's easily carded the birdie on this hole. So I don't suspect anyone will change their game plan. I think Katrina is relatively comfortable with herself as a player and a competitor, but she's really got to dial it in if she's going to go for it on that.
Yes, we saw her go OB twice going over the water yesterday.
This is a great view from our drone of just how far away and how at the same time.
Here we have the chase card. That was Kona throwing at the basket on hole 5.
How thin that fairway is.
And one thing that you can't tell by the drone shot is that the fairway slightly slopes from the right side to the left side, so towards the water.
And that was Kona's 4th shot, so she'll be putting for par from circle 1.
Here we have Heather with her drive on hole 5.
As a lefty, she just has to hang this out, wait for it to come back.
Oh, that one made me nervous, but
yeah, same
I think
here.
I think she trusted her distance and she knew what she was doing there. We heard
opting for the forehand route can get a little bit of a wind read off of Heather, since Heather is a lefty.
We heard Owen in her interview yesterday say that she just throws something very overstable, so she knows it's going to come back on this hole.
I'm interested to see how she attacks on her second shot. Does she go around, or does she lay up to the water and throw it over with her third shot? Here's Paige Pierce.
You can tell Paige is not throwing a driver. The blunt edge of that disc.
Really love the angle on that. It's a slight Anheuser angle, and that fades out nicely.
Perfect. Never had any doubt that that was not going to be right in the middle of the fairway.
Katrina Allen lining up beforehand as well. Again, I think this play is smart here just because of how it fades away from the water. And there you go. All of our lead ladies are on the fairway after their first shots. Owen Scoggins still 2 under through 4. She'll be looking to get another birdie on this hole, as will everyone else. A couple more bogeys than we're used to seeing, though. I'm not sure if that's the change in weather. It is significantly colder, and look at that pond. I mean, the wind is definitely moving a lot more than we've seen in the past 2 rounds.
I think the wind could be in the players' heads. I don't think it's really affecting the shots that much, but it might be affecting how confidently they throw them. I think what may be more of a factor is just being a little bit chilled, cold hands, different grip. As I'm struggling not to chatter my teeth here in the studio.
It would be authentic. It would give the audience an authentic experience. As the wind picks up for Kona's putt. She is putting extremely well. As is Ellen Widboom, another big one.
Shot by Ellen. It looks like Ellen's having another good day.
That was Holcomb's birdie attempt. She will be in the basket for par. And again, as we see Missy Gannon finding the basket from far away, she is our 2019 PDGA putting world champion. So that is her comfort zone. Saw her struggle on the putting green just a bit yesterday. Katrina is lining up a straight shot here. And she has seemingly changed her game plan. It seems like she's following Paige and making herself avoid the water at all costs.
I agree with your assessment there. I think she's going around.
Yesterday, Katrina did card an 8 on this hole after finding the water twice.
Owen found the ditch on this fairway, which is the one obstacle that really affects your run-up on this hole.
Oh, that just needs to roll back in bounds.
So I believe that means that the spotter does not want to make the call and is going to have the group decide whether or not that is in bounds or out of bounds.
Just a fun stat for Owen, for anyone making bets out there as to who's going to finish in the top this week. Owen has placed 4th at the PDGA Worlds twice, both in once in 2015, once in 2014, and she's only finished outside the top 10 5 times in her entire professional career.
That is a remarkable stat. Owen is a very, very solid player. She doesn't play as many events as many of these women, but she is always in contention when she's out there. Another safe shot by Heather.
And she's right up to the water. I have to wonder if she's going to try to attempt to go over the water on her third shot. She has put herself in a good position. We're going to give you a drone shot. I love this angle for our viewers at home and for me personally as a disc golf fan. Being able to see different shots of the fairway really puts things into perspective. It's a great follow through. Just needs to hang on.
Doesn't really matter where it ends up. She's just hoping to clear that outcropping of trees so that she will have a straight shot at the basket.
I love the trust on that shot for Paige Pierce.
Once
It's
again,
exactly what you need to be confident.
once again, she's throwing a mid-range there, so it's not going to waver much on the line. That's where she can really use her distance to her advantage.
Well, if it just needs to be crossing grass, then it's good.
Yeah, that's kind of looks.
But if it's concrete, which I don't know if we're supposed to
So they're
do that.
trying to decide if this is
sometimes they're not
inbounds
supposed
or
to.
out of bounds.
I think I have it here. We could add. Todd, is it the concrete or just any grass? Like it's.
Let me just go over here real quick, not to disturb.
Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like if it's
Yeah.
big.
Oh, that is concrete under.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
The edge of the concrete kind of goes especially up under. All
This is the course marshal, Todd with the PDGA, helping them make the call.
This line right here.
That's what it
This
is.
would be the line.
He is available
Even though it's
to
touching grass,
help
the
make
line is
calls.
I judge it on the line of the actual edge of the road.
particularly with PDGA rules.
Wow.
Just dead.
So this OB.
Though
Okay.
the final say is a vote from the card members.
Yeah. Shit. That's OB, right?
The edge of the
That
road.
just cars
This
is
line
okay.
Yeah.
right here.
So
Going from here to there.
you can.
Yeah.
What do you think, guys?
If any part of the
So,
disc
like, it
is
would have to
touching
be right-
inbounds,
Yeah, because
it is called
here-
inbounds.
Basically.
Yep.
It would have to be.
fine.
Okay. Yeah, it would have to be crossing that.
OB.
like down here.
Yeah, sorry to.
OB?
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, thank
Sorry,
you
I
for
was
taking
trying
it
to-
out though. Yeah, appreciate that.
It's always a tough position to be in as the competitor, but I think sometimes just as much as the card mates, you never want to see anything like that happen. And Owen with a small gap to get herself back onto the fairway.
It's a very nice shot.
Hole 5 currently playing as the 4th most difficult hole of the day. Only one player has walked away with the birdie. That's Tiger Borth. It's averaging 1 stroke over par, and I believe it's for situations just like that, finding the OB and having to work yourself back to the basket for the next best score, which unfortunately would be a bogey on this par 5. We see Heather Young make her way to her lie. For the first time the entire event, we can see the flag to the right. That means the wind is moving. I knew it was there.
Heather is lining up her third shot. It does appear as if she's going to go over the water.
Heather Young did stay in control of her discs yesterday. She went 83% on the fairway. Let's hope she can pull off something nice here. Give herself a great look for birdie. Looks Looks like a good flight. Just needs to be enough. And it is. She'll be putting for birdie from circle 2, but just making it over the water sometimes is the goal.
Yeah, I don't think she was expecting to put that under the pin. I think she just wanted to have a nice, safe shot on the other side so that she can get her easy par.
That is not an easy shot. We see just about where she was and where she had to throw to. We see the women make their way to their third and fourth shots. I love that Katrina went for that change in game plan and was able to execute it so well.
We have Owen lining up her shot now. Being that she's predominantly sidearm, she might be going over the water on this one.
It looks like she's lining that up.
She's easily landed inbounds.
Wow. Great shot from Owen. She's got to be happy with that. Little bit of an error on hole 5, but
she's lane 5 right now, so she will be putting for a bogey. I think we may have misjudged Kat's approach shot. We assumed that she was going to be going around the outside.
this is the part of commentating that I am not a fan of. I don't agree with Katrina, but I have 0 world titles and US championships, so that is why you are here.
I was scared for that shot,
word.
but she pulled it off just fine.
Oh, Katrina. She'll be putting for birdie from circle 2. Well executed, well done, confident. Thank you for proving me wrong, Kat. And Paige Pierce will opt for going around the water.
Well, and you know what? Even though she still went over the water, it was different than yesterday because she got as much distance as she could on her second shot, putting her much closer. That allowed her to do that shorter sidearm instead of a full strength backhand.
Great movement on the green for Pierce.
Once again, Paige making easy work of this very difficult par 5.
Paige was asked, she's more nervous here than at any other event. She said, no, it isn't Winthrop. It's just the fact that it's a major and knowing what that means to your career. Besides also having to start hole 1 with a sidearm as a backhand dominant player. So she did that well and she's continued to persevere. This could be the change in momentum she needs, carding this birdie, sticking to her game plan, executing it well. And as she said, also playing hole 5 this way, knowing that it is a high percentage of a birdie, watching her card mate struggle just a bit when they're trying to be more aggressive, it gives her that momentum into the final 9 holes.
It does feel like we are seeing the Paige that we might expect. This is for birdie.
It's high enough. Oh, just a touch more. Still on line. Katrina Allen has been competing in professional PDGA events for 10 years now, or at least PDGA events for 10 years now. She said just gratitude and staying in the moment helps her and has helped her this year. She's been quite successful taking down the 2020 Ledgestone Insurance Open.
Heather's approach was actually much closer than I gave it credit for.
Nate Sexton has joined the women. He's been working for the USDGC and Fulcrum Media as a commentator extraordinaire. He has the mornings off, so he likes to spend it taking in the women's competitive disc golf, and for good reason. So we're seeing the best women in the United States compete. It's uncharacteristic for her to miss these. But I think given the change in weather and, as you were saying, cold hands, and Owen being from Los Angeles, maybe not something she has to contend with as often as these other competitors.
Yeah, she's not going to have that 100% Circle 1 stat today.
That's a great comeback for Owen. Unfortunately, she does card the double bogey 7. There's plenty of golf left. Heather Young in for her par easily from about 16 or 15 feet.
She should be proud of that. Easy birdie for Paige for the 3rd day in a row.
Katrina will tap in and we will move on to hole number 6.
This is a 282-foot par 3, OB water along the entire left side of the fairway, wetlands behind the green, and roped area to the right of the green are also out of bounds. The hole is reachable, but it takes a wide hyzer to cleanly clear the trees near the pin. Players may also be able to throw a hard, low, straight shot under the tree and find themselves close enough for a putt. One thing to note on this hole is that any out-of-bounds throw can either replay from the previous lie or play from the drop zone.
Here we have our leaderboard. Not much movement. Didn't suspect we would see much movement today given the change in weather. It's important to remind everyone the practice days were about 75 degrees, sunny, and little to no wind. I believe yesterday the wind popped up. We saw 0 miles per hour, but so far only competitors under par were Paige Pierce and Heather Young.
I was surprised on that leaderboard that we saw that Ellen has moved down 2 spots. The shots that we have seen in the booth are of very, very good shots from Ellen, so she must have found some trouble out there.
Here's Paige Pierce. She'll be throwing her zone. She said she throws a zone on hole 6 because she's throwing it as hard as she can flat, and it loses speed and the perfect amount of time for her. She just has to commit to her drive, and it's easy work from there.
Oh, that's too high?
Bit of a slip on that tee pad. And it will stay safe and avoid the water.
We mentioned earlier that these are new tee pads and the grip is a little bit different than the players are used to. The nap of the grass, it's kind of standing up and they're a little bit soft. I think that looks like it's got the right distance.
Pitch shorter than she'd like, but the basket is right there.
Actually, it's probably beneficial that a little bit short because now she's putting without the water behind it. If she had gone a little bit long and still been on the right side, she would be putting back towards the water.
Right.
It's wider than I would have expected. Oh, but it's...
Oh, that's a terrible luck for Katrina.
A little too short. Oh, and that's a teaser because you can see it, but you can't grab it as well. Hopefully somebody will have a stick to retrieve that disc for her.
These spotters are nothing if not prepared, so I'm sure they'll have something that they can do, but at the same time, are you throwing something that you're sort of... that's sort of replaceable? I mean, there is water to contend with, and I know Katrina is experienced.
I doubt that Katrina is worried about losing a disc on this hole because She's confident in her game, and this is something that she would probably get 8 of 10 times.
This has certainly been an unpredictable hole for both Katrina and Paige. Just got to continue to stay within your game plan and play your best regardless of the results. Katrina says she tries to treat every shot, whether it's good or bad, the same. And I'd like to see this replay again of her drive just because I want to see what exactly it hit off of. We have the audio turned up for the catch cam, and it sounded like it hit something that it hasn't hit the last couple days.
Here's Paige after her drive. This is her birdie attempt.
Oh my goodness. Wow, what is happening on hole number 6? That is...
Both of Paige's shots could have potentially found the OB. Both of them ended up safe. Now remember, any time a disc goes OB on this hole, they take it from the drop zone. The drop zone is 45 feet from the basket, pointed directly at the water.
You have to know Paige Pierce isn't much concerned with the result as she is with her inability to compete at her best this day at Winthrop.
Here we see a good angle of the drop spot.
Oh,
Yes.
great correction for Katrina from her previous putt.
That is
Keeps
a
it
3 for Katrina.
Perfect and online. She'll be saving par from somewhere around 49 feet. Did you say how far away the
45
drop zone?
feet.
45. Thank you.
It actually feels like it's less though because there is a downhill component to it.
That was Heather Young with her attempt for birdie from circle 2. She'll be walking away with par from hole number 6. Owen Scoggins also has a birdie attempt from circle 2. Oh, great. Great putt for Owen. From about 38 feet. Those are exactly the putts that you need to make when you're just a little bit off. You still have to capitalize here if you want to stay on the leader.
This is Paige for par.
She'll take advantage of the good luck that she found on hole 6 and walk away with her par unscathed.
Yeah, the score is just fine, though I don't think she's feeling particularly satisfied with the way that she played that hole.
I'll bring it to you on the next hole. Okay.
No, but I need it for 17.
So we can see how Katrina Allen played this hole. Very high, as you said.
Little bit higher than she wanted, which made it a little shorter than she expected. But if it's that easy from the drop zone, then it's okay to flirt with the water.
See a beautiful flyover of the famous hole number 7, also lovingly nicknamed the bamboo hole for good reason.
That might be the infamous hole number 7. 2 284 feet, par 3, ever so slightly downhill. The crux of this hole is obvious. You have to go through the bamboo gate. Players who miss the triple mando will choose one of 2 drop spots to throw from with one penalty throw. I expect to see women throwing slower, straighter discs, such as understable fairway drivers and mid-range discs. If you make it through the mando, you will almost be assured of being within the 10-meter circle.
I saw it. Purple?
Yesterday we saw Heather actually throw a pretty big hyzer, but she knew her distance perfectly and she was still able to get it through the gap.
This is a great shot of Heather Young. As I mentioned, Heather's 18 years old. She enjoyed throwing frisbees with her sisters at home, something you know very much about. Her parents got her a disc golf basket a few Christmases ago. In 2018, she started practicing and showing real interest in it, so her dad built her an entire course on their 16 acres in Tennessee. Every sister got her own color for discs and clothes so they wouldn't get mixed up, and hers, of course, is purple. It's a out of position for own, but I still like that play.
She's gonna have a little bit of trouble getting it through the, well, she'll be able to get through the triple mandel, but I'm not sure she's going to be able to put it under the basket. But again, with her putting, that's not a problem.
Paige Pierce has been slightly off on her line her last 2 drives, and again today.
Once again, well, clearly this is her game plan, is to lay up.
Heather's been quoted as saying, I have a home course at our house that's in the woods, so I'm comfortable in woods. Holes that aren't as long and are scoreable and are better for me. Here's a good example of needing to throw a placement shot, not the longest hole on the course. We'll see what she can do.
This time this shot is not taking my breath away, as I know exactly what she had planned. And she does it again.
She's executed that 2 days in a row. Absolutely incredible shot from Heather Young. Quite the crowd pleaser.
She knows how far she can throw her discs, and she's not influenced by the others on the card. That feels wide, but it is coming back quickly. Very
Great
nice
shot for Katrina. I believe this is the first time for Katrina that she's found herself in the circle off of her first shot.
I'm so impressed with these hyzers and hyzers, the curved line to get through that triple mando. To me, the simplest, easiest shot is to keep it on line the whole time. So it really takes some skill to know your distance and to bring it back at the right time.
I believe we saw that from Haley King in day 1. She threw it just a bit high. It hit the top of a bamboo and fell back to the mouth. Second day, she was able to correct and walked away with the birdie.
For some perspective, the tent that you see to the right of the green, that is the tee for 8, and adjacent that is the basket of 16.
Now Paige is positioning herself to the mando, and she's able to take about a disc's length away from her lie.
Paige hit the bamboo and bounced back to her position. Had she been 6 inches farther to the left, she would have not hit the bamboo and missed the triple mando. Oh, and Owen is not up against the bamboo, so she does have a little bit of a line through there. That's good.
Good angle control on that for Own. Both women will find themselves right near the basket for their par attempts.
This is Heather Young for a birdie.
Bit of a tester. There is OB behind the basket. She is confident.
Very smooth stroke.
I'm
Beautiful
loving
putt.
watching this from Heather Young. Her confidence on the putting green has put her up into 100% from circle 1. She's still at 75% for fairway hits. She really needs to improve that stat, but I believe it just fell when she went OB on hole number 3.
Here we have Kat for her birdie attempt. Equally nice. Page for par.
Great putt from Paige.
And Owen for par.
Heather Young with the hot round so far, 2 under for the day, 7 under for the event as we move on to hole number 8.
The lefty hyzer through the gap. And Kat taking the same angle.
That movement on her disc is so fascinating to me. I'd love to get that in even slower motion to see the physics behind that as it was on the ground. Katrina and Heather able to walk away with the birdies. As I said, Heather Young having a relatively good round. She has the hot round of the day so far at 2 under, keeping her composure, just playing her game. We're going to head to a flyover. Juliana, what can we expect to see on this hole?
This is hole 8, 697 feet par 5. Drives need to navigate through these big, beautiful, mature trees with OB along the entire left side. There's both a nice forehand flex route as well as a backhand shot off the tee. The second shot needs to be very precise with regards to placement and the angle at which it hits the ground to minimize any left skips. A gentle turnover that lands flat or a controlled sidearm would both work well. There is a Mando as the fairway tightens to keep players from throwing over the baseball field, but it should not come into play. The basket finishes to the right and is protected by pillars.
Being able to have this major is certainly a gift, but I disagree wholeheartedly with seeing those pillars wrapped in paper. I do not agree that they are gifts. I do not receive them.
I think they were just gifts during the practice round.
Katrina having trouble in finding that tree in the middle of the fairway again.
Katrina has been playing this one wide out to the right to put herself in position for her roller to attack this hole. She has eagled this hole. I don't think that is in the cards for her today.
Heather Young finding herself on the fairway after one throw. We'll be sure to show you that shot as the women walk to their first drives. Here's Owen Scoggins.
That is a great shot.
I would love to know what that yellow driver is because She has thrown it all up and down these fairways.
Paige has been playing this very aggressively, putting herself very far up the fairway in a position to have a shot at an eagle as well. Oh, she's taking the wide route. That's right. Yesterday she played the roller second shot.
And I believe it deviated from her game plan a bit. I think we saw her do this day one here on hole 8.
Hole 1, she was actually very far up, just shy of the OB on the left-hand side. But yesterday she emulated Kat's performance on day 1, and it looks as if she's trying to do that again.
Heather Young getting herself down the fairway. Talked to her last night. She said, really appreciate all the work that was put into creating the ladies layout for this event. In my opinion, they did a really good job of making the course attackable for almost all of the players, still making it challenging so there is good scoring separation. This course requires the ability to throw lots of different shots, which of course you and I have seen, and have control over your discs, especially at the end of your flight. And I think that's super important in course design. It's great to see players throw far, but it's even more impressive to see them control their shots and decide when to be aggressive, and I could not agree more. And I think we're seeing so much of that. Even Paige Pierce was noted as saying it's sometimes the second and third shots that are the most important. Course management is key here at Winthrop.
It is very true that the course is set up so that there is a lot of potential for separation. I believe that Paige and Kat only had one score yesterday that was the same on all of the 18 holes. That was a good shot by Kat. It looks as if she's disappointed she's not able to go for that roller.
You are correct. I just did a little fact check in on the back nine. Paige and Katrina never once shot the same score on a hole, including hole 18. Katrina walked away with the eagle. Paige, of course, carding the unfortunate double bogey.
Give you a little perspective. The yellow pole on the right-hand side of this image is the mandatory pole. The players must go to the left. Now you can see the yellow pole again with relative to the fairway. That is on the baseball field. Not sure if it's the foul pole, but the players must stay to the left of that.
Heather Young not getting herself too far down the fairway, but still in a good position for a lefty. She'll just have that one tree to contend with.
This is a par 5, so there's no reason to push it on the drive. I like it a lot.
I love that shot. What a great, confident shot from Heather Young. We said this yesterday. She does have that quiet confidence on these fairways. Absolutely beautiful to watch.
She has put herself in a good position to potentially get a birdie on this hole.
And Scoggins with a similar lie, throwing a forehand, but gets herself a bit further down the fairway. I suspect we'll see a similar shot.
It's a little high. I was hoping that would roll down the hill to give her a more open look. She's going to have a few obstacles in her way.
Yesterday, Owen went bogey-free through the first 12 holes, and it was that same overstable plastic that carried her through. She had a 7-stroke improvement from day 1 to day 2. Her game plan for today is to just go for it. She can't be scared. She says, I have to stick to my game plan no matter what. So far, I feel she's been doing relatively well. She hasn't appeared in any of our camera angles to be visibly shaken or nervous. I'm sure she is quite passionate about what she's doing. There are some nerves there. But other than that, she's 1 under for the day. 3 under total for the tournament.
This fairway significantly narrows. You can see that Paige has cleared the out of bounds on the left. The out of bounds line then follows the fence line, so it is possible to go over it, but most likely a shot too far left will just bounce back into the fairway.
We haven't seen anyone find the OB on this second shot. I think they've all been pretty capable of making it past. But then there are those posts that they have to contend with, and we've seen the women struggle with making their putts.
I don't think you can tell on the video, and maybe the women can't feel it out there, but the wind has picked up noticeably here in the booth as I struggle not to shiver.
I love that Katrina kept that nice and low.
I was a little worried it was too low at first, but that is one way to minimize the skips.
I think it may have been just a bit of a misfire with a good result.
Perhaps, yeah.
We'll have to ask her at the end of her round. So we see a great. This really puts it into perspective. If you look to the top right, look how far the basket is and the posts are compared to that bush. And that's where we've seen Owen Scoggins, I believe, has to contend with that one last obstacle before she makes herself.
What you can't see
She gets herself up to the green.
What you can't see in this view is just how much the land slopes right at the basket. It slopes up towards the baseball field. Heather will be throwing her third shot.
I would say this is a bit of a blind shot for Heather.
It's a little bit of a low ceiling. Yes, it is a little bit of a blind shot because of that big tree in front of her. I'm a little surprised by this. I thought a natural lefty backhand would do the trick. Being that she's such a strong putter, she doesn't have to be much closer than the circle. It was short. It had a good line, but it was short. I think she would have been better off just throwing a backhand there.
And it is cold. So we see warm smiles from our competitors. Owen Scoggins with her third shot. She's currently tied for fourth with Sarah Holcomb, who's carded the birdie on hole number 8. Ellen Widboom was in contention, but she's had a couple of unfortunate holes and brought herself further down the leaderboard to solo 7th.
I'd like to see this line from behind Owen. She had a low ceiling. Excellent.
That's a perfect approach from Owen. She'll be putting for birdie, if you can call it putting. I think more of just dropping it in the basket.
This is Paige's third shot.
And that's a comfortable shot, I believe, from Paige Pierce. She's a backhand dominant player. I think she'd rather choose a shot like that than a forehand. And of course, being able to match the angle of the hill. It's the most important because you don't want to roll down the hill, as we've seen from our competitors.
This is actually a comfortable shot for Kat.
Katrina, the only competitor to be putting for par from circle one so far. If you remember on her drive, she did hit that first tree and have to give up a bit of distance.
This is going to be hard to go for. She wants to, she's just not sure how to.
I'm almost wondering if she's just weighing out the option of laying up and even trying to decide how to do that.
No, that was a go for it. Stay there.
And that was what I was worried about, was just it not having that result, not staying there and rolling down the hill. But if anyone knows their putting game, it's Heather Young.
That was a great attempt at it, a pretty safe attempt at it, although you never tell how it's going to hit the ground on a slope. Never assured of it staying there. Here we see Kona driving on hole number 9.
Kona having a great major so far. She's currently 3 down through the last 3 holes, 1 under for the day, even for the tournament. Started off in 7th and moved her way up to 6th place.
And this is Sarah's drive on hole 9. Remember, hole 9 is an island green. Kona laying up before going for the island.
I really appreciate this play from the women. You have to think on a day like today when the conditions change, being able to play it out for par as we're seeing Kona do. Just keep it safe, but continue to execute well. It's got to feel good. This basket is slightly taller than we're used to seeing.
And the OB is very close behind the basket, 8 to 10 feet behind this basket.
We're going to have to see Sarah Holcomb give a full effort if she wants to get it up high enough and into the basket. I know she is a loftier putter.
Great height on that putt.
Sarah
Good
Holcomb.
confidence.
Exactly. She'll be walking away with her par, and it's an important hole to not give away any excess strokes. In the past, it's come in as one of the most difficult holes on the course. Today, it's coming in as the second most difficult. No birdies to record so far. Strong putt for Ellen. It is for bogey, but still a great increase for her circle 1 percentage. Great putt for Kona. So we make our way over to hole number 9 with our lead card.
592 feet, par 4. This hole requires a very controlled drive. The landing area may not look that tight, but with a right to left slope, it definitely plays smaller than it looks. Though it will be reachable by some, I expect most women will lay up their second shot along the straight fairway to minimize the distance to the island green. Players must land inbounds on the island green before they can play from the island green, so a shot that flies over or skips out cannot be taken from the island.
I said this hole is coming in as the second most difficult hole on hole number 9. 0 birdies to record on the day, and it's important to note also 0% from circle 1 and circle 2 in regulation. That means no one is getting it up into
Oh, if
the
she's
green
pulled that
to be
over, I
even
don't
putting.
think that's coming back.
What were you saying?
Well, it might be on the other side now. That's crazy.
That is unfortunate luck.
That was not even close to the line that she wanted. She was too far out to the right. She turned it over as well.
And look at that wind through the trees. So much more windy than we saw yesterday. Katrina is a competitor who's been here before. She's been here in all sorts of weather conditions, competing with, you know, some of the best in the United States.
Here we're seeing Owen on her drive on hole number 9, asking it to come back to the right, and it does.
As I was saying, Katrina has competed here before. She knows exactly what to do. It's just a matter of being able to change and be confident in that change. And Paige Pierce will find the OB as well. And
one thing to notice about this hole is that they're throwing from a pretty protected area, so they probably cannot feel the wind from in there. Might make them second guess their choice or not realize just how much the wind's going to affect it.
Well, I think yesterday we saw Paige throw. I feel as if she's disked up for that shot.
I agree that would, if she had thrown a mid-range there, that probably would have stayed in the middle of the fairway.
Again, this is Paige's first year competing with Discraft. Small changes like that may seem simple enough, but being able to compete at a major and change up your game plan and rely on your plastic is not as easy as you might think.
This is Kat's second shot. She should have no problem reaching the green from there. Well, certainly won't have a problem reaching the green. I bet that she goes for the basket from there, trying to put it under the basket.
Heather Young on the fairway after her first shot. Still has lots of fairway to go.
Heather playing the conservative shot, laying it up so that she'll have an easier approach to the basket. That's fine.
It's absolutely fine. Scoggins will make her way to her lie. Owen said the most difficult hole for her was in fact hole 9. Day 1 she took a 10, having trouble making it onto the island.
So she has also chosen to lay up. I wasn't sure if Owen was going to lay up or go for it.
Yesterday she changed up the game plan, threw a sidearm and pitched up to the island to make a 4 and walked away with her par on this hole. I suspect that's what we'll see her do again.
Paige went out of bounds on her drive, but she did get quite a ways down the fairway. So is she going to throw a 50-foot shot to lay this up, or is she going to go for the basket? I kind of think she's going to go for the basket.
That is a great shot from Paige Pierce.
That was
exactly what she needed to do.
Perfect.
Being in that position. Great control, great height, great timing and speed.
She will still walk away with a par, even though she has a penalty stroke on the hole.
Katrina Allen with her third shot. Fortunately, one of her first was OB. She'll find herself just safe.
She's going to have a longer putt than I think she would like. She will
Paige.
be putting for a bogey.
Paige Pierce, Heather Young, and Owen Scoggins. Wait till you hear this. All tied for the hottest round of the day at 2 under. Quite different than we're used to seeing being this far into the round. But the conditions have changed significantly, and so has the scoring movement. Yesterday at this time, Paige was 4 under for the round.
Nice control on that shot.
Heather Young continuing to play up and down. She'll have a great look for par from circle 1. She just keeps it inbounds, stays in control of her shots.
This will be Owen's 3rd shot.
She reaches for her approach disc. I'm going to assume it's overstable. And she's going for a backhand here.
A backhand, if it skips, will be skipping towards the fatter side of the fairway.
That is a great shot from Owen. Well done. This is coming in as the hardest hole for her, so staying in control of her emotions and not letting her mental game waver.
Keeping it down so there's no chance that the wind's going to play with it.
Well done. She's certainly showing why she deserves to be on the lead card at a major. Owen currently sitting in solo 4th place, 4 under for the event, 2 under for the round. We have seen a little bit of movement. Missy Gannon back, tied for 7th. That's where she started the day. She carded a birdie on 6. Ellen Widboom continuing to find OB. Needs to work on her fairway percentage just a bit, but her putting is still relatively good and competitive with the field. Callie McMorran making her way up into the top 10, currently tied for 9th place with Macy Walker.
This is Kat for a bogey.
That will be Katrina's first double bogey of the round. 2nd bogey for the day. Owen Scoggins makes good on that putt. She'll be in for par, keeping herself steady, moving into hole 10 and sticking right to her game plan.
Heather for her par.
I know Juliana and I get really quiet, but we're both sitting here smiling, watching these women compete on this course. It's such an exciting time. And I heard from some of my friends in Europe, United States women's disc golf champion Kristen Tatar, all the way in Estonia, watching every morning. So Kristen, if you're on the broadcast, thank you so much for tuning in. We're so sad that you can't be here. Evelina and Henna as well over in Finland. Speaking to that chase card, I want to catch up with them quickly. This is Kona's drive. Oh my word. Absolutely incredible. That girl can rip a disc.
This is Sarah's drive on hole number 10.
And she is opting for the safe shot, and she's successful. She'll still have a look for birdie there, and here's her second shot. It's a bit high, just dropping quickly. And that's well done for Sarah Holcomb. Kona just nearly misses for the eagle putt. She'll be putting for birdie from circle 1, but let's get a better look.
This is hole 10, 329 feet par 4. If you take the direct route, this hole plays like an island green. The OB starts right at the end of the tee. The pin is within reach for all of these players, but the landing area is basically the 10-meter circle, so players have to be confident in their accuracy as well as their distance. It is important to note on this hole that all OBs will be played from the previous lie. For those wanting to play a more conservative route, they can throw about 35 degrees to the left off the tee. There is still a treacherous shot with OB right and left and long. They can then go for the pin and continue along the strip to stay safe.
Paige Pierce started the day off at 15 under par. She's currently 17 under par after 9 holes. And I'm surprised. Well, I'm not sure if I'm surprised. I didn't really know what to expect with the scoring for these women so far. I'm surprised to see Katrina over par, but there are so few women under par. The scoring is so different than what we've seen.
Well, I think Kat's playing well. She's just had some mistakes that have cost her more than they could have, I guess you could say.
Correct. She has found the OB 3 times today, but she still had those great putts. I mean, she had the par save from about 45 feet on hole number 6, and then even on hole number 2, she had a 60-footer for birdie. So she's been able to make moves today out on the course. They're just not normal ones. I don't think they're what she planned to have to do, and you really want to stay as comfortable as possible out here. But it is chilly.
Exactly. If I were playing right now,
yes, exactly.
The temperature would be the hardest obstacle, because you inevitably tighten up a little bit when you're cold, and then it's harder to throw the line that you want.
Well, Owen Scoggins played hole number 9 beautifully, and she'll be first to tee off.
Oh, that's interesting. That's
safe and to the left.
It's to the left, but it's an aggressive to the left. So she won't have that far to go. She can still get her birdie from that direction. No surprise, Paige going for the pin.
Hole number 10 coming in as the 10th most difficult hole, so not too difficult, but surprising, because in the past it's been one of the easier ones for the field. It's averaging just slightly over par.
Paige doubling the distance that she had to the pin from yesterday, still within 10 feet.
And Heather Young will play it out to the left as well. Would you say Heather has a bit of an advantage here being a lefty because of your comments on Owen's drive? Because I would say Owen has a bit of an advantage.
I'm not sure that either really does. It's a short enough shot that they should both be able to control that without any problem.
The most important consideration, of course, being the ground play.
Yeah,
because you want to give yourself the best look.
I think it might be one of the reasons why Heather doesn't go for this one. Heather does have the distance to make this island green, but her lefty hyzer shot is more likely to skip OB than the righty hyzer shot coming in at this basket.
Katrina giving herself a bit of a longer eagle putt, but she is 100% from circle 1 today. we're seeing a lot more birdies than we are eagles on hole number 10. Casey Pennington and Stephanie Vincent, the only two women to card the eagle so far today. And I think it may have something to do with the landing of the discs. We saw a lot of movement from Katrina's disc, and I think that must have something to do with the wind increase during today's round. You saw as it skipped, it sort of showed face to the wind and it pushed it up and back away from the basket, just enough to give her a tester putt. Though it is for eagle, I wouldn't say there's much that can come from a miss. There isn't much OB near the basket.
I still believe that the temperature may be partially to do with the fewer eagles today. Here we see Heather with her second shot. She took the conservative layup option. She still should have a very good opportunity to get up and down for a birdie on this hole.
Good catch from Heather as a car comes onto the property, just taking a second to reset. She'll have a good look for birdie from circle one.
Owen also taking the left route, but she threw a little bit more aggressively. Instead of laying up short, she sort of laid up long.
To start the day, Owen was at 78% for fairway hits. She's currently at 91%. She's been having a great day with driving so far. Hopefully that continues on this shot. And that looks to be nice and controlled. I loved the timing of watching that drop. Owen will have her birdie attempt from circle one. And I believe the first one of these women to putt will be Katrina. She'll be putting for eagle. Not seeing much movement from that flag on the basket.
Cat in for a 2. That is an eagle on this hole. Heather on her par putt.
This is Heather for birdie from circle one. If you're,
I'm sorry. Yes, yes.
It is sort of a soft par 5, but she's able to get up and in for birdie after 2 great shots.
Owen for her birdie. And once again, Paige having the CTP on this hole for her eagle.
Paige officially started her back 9 off with an eagle. As we move over to hole number 11, she has made the remark that the back 9 is more suitable to her game than the front 9. So I can only assume we're going to see her continue to make moves and birdie.
That's interesting because she has had more trouble on the back 9, specifically yesterday, where it felt like she lost focus.
Sure, and day 1 she was able to capitalize, but had to make up for some mistakes on the front nine. So she has yet to put together that full round, though she is still 9 strokes ahead of Katrina. Katrina only 1 under for the event, and that's after carding the eagle.
For the round.
For the round, thank you. After carding the eagle right now on hole number 10. Heather is catching up. Heather currently tied with Owen Scoggins for the second hottest round of the day so far. Both Heather and Owen, it's interesting to watch them compete together because they seem to be playing nearly the same, given that Owen is throwing dominant forehands. Heather is normally a lefty,
Yes.
or a dominant lefty.
Here we have Kona with her approach shot on hole 11.
But both of the women really just not getting too aggressive out there.
They're
on
both
day 3.
certainly staying within themselves. They're not
Yes.
letting
And they're doing
Kat
it well.
and Paige pull them out of their game plan.
And it's so fascinating to me to be able to see that firsthand and how they stay composed when they do find mistakes. Heather has, of course, gone OB once so far this round. Owen as well. Katrina 3 times. Paige twice.
Little high. It should be no problem.
Callie McMorrin and Macy Walker continue to bring themselves up the leaderboard. Callie moving up 5 spots so far. She's currently playing out hole 11. Macy Walker moving up 4 spots as well. Sarah Hokum with her 3rd shot. She just needs that to settle nicely, and she'll have a great little tap in for birdie on hole number 11. Missy Gannon started off relatively slow. Putting world champions started off 3 over through 5. She did card the birdie on hole 6, but has found herself another birdie on hole 10. She unfortunately went OB, had to scramble from there. I believe yesterday you said something about being able to see the fairway as opposed to the hazard.
Yes, in this flyover you can see that the hazard is a little bit darker green, so it really outlines the route in which the players have to traverse.
Here's Missy Gannon for her par. She needs to make this putt in order to stay in the top 10.
A little right, but stayed in.
Ellen Widboom with a bit of a scarier putt. She'll be putting for birdie, closer to the circle's edge and downhill. The worry here is, of course, missing and rolling OB. And I believe that is exactly what has just happened to Ellen. And that is hazard. My mistake.
Yes, that is hazard. She will play from where it lands.
And
where
our
it
women
lies.
will tee off on hole number 11.
This is 734 feet, par 5. Taking a little off the drive here to make sure that you land short of the hazard on the left is a good play. For the second shot, a controlled drive over the hazard that lands between the next 2 hazards will set you up nicely for a straight, low-flying approach. I think it is important to keep your discs down on this hole to minimize fade that could result in skips into the hazard. Because of the right to left slope near the basket, a sidearm approach or a flat landing backhand will give you a better chance at staying in bounds.
And this has been the same play from Paige Pierce 3 days in a row now.
I like how she knows her distance and she can put herself right at the front edge.
Katrina opting for a little bit higher of a shot. Still great result. There's Owen trusting that forehand.
The only trouble with being a little bit higher on the hill where Kat is that you've got a slope on your run up.
That was a great shot from Heather Young, and here we see her lining up her second shot on the par 5.
I think she's just fine. And she should be even with the basket so that she has a flat approach. It's Kat's second shot. I was worried about that one. She put that one up a little bit higher than I would have been comfortable with.
Katrina Allen currently 67% from the fairway. Very out of character for her, but she has been working on her putting this round. She's currently 100% from circle 1.
She's turned that over a little bit. Is that strong enough to come back?
Unfortunately, it has found the hazard. She will be taking a penalty stroke.
This is Paige's approach a little bit earlier. Nice and flat. She should...
I'm surprised Paige went for that shot, seeing that the other card was so close to the basket.
Well, Paige was in a different position. Paige was even with that ground, and the other girls were throwing from above that ground. That's why I prefer where Paige was, where you're down in the valley and you throw to the, instead of being up on the spine and throwing down to the valley. So Paige was able to throw a slower disc fast. And the other girls had to turn a shot into that area.
Oh, I think I thought her disc was going to land closer to, as if she was sort of throwing in on them. I thought her disc was landing much closer to them, but I was mistaken.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yesterday, Paige Pierce was 6 down through 10 holes. So far, she's only 4 down. Still good to be under par, but not as good as she hopes. Again, she does believe that the back 9 suits her game just a little bit more. Have to wonder if it's because of shots like that. She can throw her controlled putter shots, 250 to 300 feet, not have to worry about any obstacles, not be forced to throw a forehand.
That was a very nice controlled shot by Heather there. That was her third shot.
Heather Young will be putting for birdie from circle 1. Currently 83% fairway hits, 100% from circle 1. And I believe we've seen quite a switch as Owen Scoggins started the day 100% from circle 1 and now has dropped to 88% after putting twice on hole 5. Paige, Katrina, and Heather are all 100% from circle 1, so a little bit of a flip-flop there.
We just saw Kat's third shot. So she will also be putting for a birdie. And now you can see Owen in the red throwing from the hazard.
The great angle on that disc. That was a great angle on that disc, and she threw it like that so that it would fade out and match the angle of the hill.
Yep, good control. Good depth.
You see the wind start to pick up on the flag on the right-hand side.
Cat for her birdie.
Great putt for Katrina. She has an umbrella. Not sure that I saw rain in the forecast.
She's carrying my favorite umbrella. I love that. That's the USDGC umbrella from last year or the year before. Those colors are so pretty. Paige making it look easy.
We're going to finish out hole 11, make the walk up to hole number 12. What can we expect to see from hole number 12?
The Coliseum hole. This is a 639-foot par 4 with an elevated tee. This isn't, however, an invitation to throw as hard as you want because there is potential hazard on the left-hand side, though as we've seen in earlier rounds, the girls are throwing with a little bit of a turnover to add a little bit of a distance. There is a spine on this hole, so the second shot is usually blind, and the basket is surrounded by hazard. You can also see that the basket is on a slope, making it putting a little bit more difficult.
Hole number 12 coming in as the 5th most difficult hole, averaging just over par. No birdies to account on the day. Continuing to see these changes. Interested to see how Paige Pierce competes on this hole. The first round, she found herself out of bounds and carded a bogey on this hole. Round 2, she came in with the birdie.
First
from
round,
49 feet.
On the first round, she went long on her second shot for the OB stroke.
We've been talking about it today, but here's your hot round. If you look to the right column, Paige Pierce currently 5 under for today, followed by Heather Young, Owen Scoggins, and Kona Panis. Kona having a great tournament so far. She's currently has 5 birdies within her last 6 holes, starting her back 9 off 2 under.
Kona has been in town for 3 weeks, I believe, practicing this course, and it's really showing off.
Correct. There was a Disc Golf Pro Tour event in Arkansas she could have gone and competed in, but she stayed local, went to Charlotte, competed at the Carolina Clash, taking second to teammate Holly Finley.
Here we're looking at Missy Gannon. I'm guessing this
will be her 3rd shot.
third shot.
Pit blind.
Paige on the tee for number 12, going with the aggressive shot.
It's turning over. Yeah, I was going to say it's turning over a lot longer than it has the last 2 rounds, and unfortunately she has found herself out of bounds, I believe.
The one thing with that shot, as similar to yesterday, although yesterday she wasn't out of bounds, she is so far up the fairway that it's probably not a blind shot for her from there. Cat with the aggressive line as well, though she's keeping it low, so I think she's going to be safe.
Great skip for Katrina.
Also really good distance on that.
Heather Young coming off of back-to-back birdies. She'll be third to tee. You can see the wind pick up in that PDGA banner on the right side.
That should be fine for Heather. See Owen relying on the overstable plastic again. Good shot. Here again you can see where the darker green is the outline of the hazard. From this perspective, the tee is off the screen lower left.
And I believe the right-hand side of the screen, or in this case the fairway, does slope down a bit, changing the flight of the discs as these women continue to attack the fairways.
There is, as I've called it before, a spine in the middle of this fairway, which means that most second shots for the women are blind.
Paige Pierce, the only competitor off the fairway after 2 throws. She'll be penalized with an OB stroke.
So the pin is over the mound, just on the right side of the screen right now. You can see the yellow flag on top of the basket.
One thing you and I failed to recognize was Paige Pierce going 20 under par for the event on her last birdie.
Oh,
that is quite an incredible feat. I remember when she first hit double digits, you and I were quite shocked, and now she's gone 10 more strokes since then under par. It's going to be tough to beat her, though Katrina Allen is creeping in slowly. She's been able to keep pace with her the last 2 holes and now has an opportunity to get a stroke. Here we see Heather Young lining up her second shot.
I think Heather's gonna stay right above the fairway here. She's not going for the pin.
This is a par 4, so if Heather wants to get a little bit more aggressive on this next shot, she'll need to put it in the circle.
I couldn't tell where that one landed, but I believe she's just fine for a pretty easy upshot. Probably not going to putt that.
I believe she's landed to the left of the basket past circle 2, so she'll be perhaps putting, but I'm thinking more than likely going up and down for a par. An easy par.
From where she's at, there is a slope away behind the basket.
Oh, yes, that's right. Oh, and lining up what seems to be a forehand roller. Oh, I'm sorry, just a forehand.
Yeah.
Did it not look like she was kind of...
Oh, she's just taking the same path, following the fairway, not trying to.
I'm thinking, please
be a
don't
hero.
throw a forehand roller. Oh, no. Oh, man. Owen will put herself up into circle 2 according to UDisc. If you'd like to follow live scoring along with us, you can do so by going to udisclive.com. In the top left, there is a little icon that says WNC. You can click that and it will take you to the Women's National Championship scoring.
Now it looks like Kat is going to go for this one. I'm not surprised. She's gone for this the last 2 days.
This is an opportunity for Katrina to make some moves, gain a stroke on the leader. It's swinging around nicely. Doesn't skip towards the basket, but it also stays safe. She'll be putting for birdie from the edge of circle 1. And uphill. She's been successful. She's currently 100% in the circle so far for this round.
I was hoping we'd see behind Paige's slide to just see just how much of the basket she can see. You can tell she's a little bit up on that spine, throwing a mid-range flat. I don't think she's
I don't think she's safe.
She let up on that a little bit too much.
No, she is putting for bogey from circle 2. We're gonna have to wait and see just where she is. And I was just going to mention that to you. Sometimes you throw your shot and just the anticipation of where you've ended up can be really, really difficult to manage. And it can take a lot of energy out of you. And I think we saw that a bit from Katrina and just her reaction to her shot. It was good and it was called safe, but she doesn't know what to expect yet. And I'm sure she's anxious to see her lie.
Right, see what she has left to do. Now, as I mentioned on the first round, Paige went long on her approach. A little surprised that she didn't land inbounds on that one.
Heather with a nice forehand approach. It's interesting. I don't know why she would opt for a forehand other than the fact that she gets to look at the target the entire time, maybe feeling a bit more comfortable.
I honestly have no answer on that one. I don't know.
At that point, it's just whatever it takes, and she's certainly keeping herself in contention. She'll walk away with an easy par.
Okay, I'm going to guess. I'm going to say that perhaps that distance, it's just a tiny bit too far for her to do a jump putt, but it's a little bit too short for her to feel confident on a backhand, so she would have to let up, not knowing how much to let up, but it happens to be maybe the right distance for a little flick.
I like that. Paige
It's really what you're comfortable with.
Correct. Paige Pierce was putting for her bogey from the hazard, and she's missed. Though she has stayed safe, she'll be putting for double bogey from circle 1.
But it's like all this.
We're just hearing now that there is a little bit of rain out there on the course, so the feel on the disc is going to be different. Going to be a little bit slippery. Does make a difference. Might also make a difference in your run-up.
Paige does have her cart with her, but I don't see her prepared with an umbrella.
And I'm going to amend that rain to be mist.
Paige Pierce in the basket for double bogey on hole number 12. Bringing her down to 3 under for the round.
This is Kat for her birdie.
Katrina in for her birdie. That's a very, very clutch birdie right there. She'll keep her circle 1 percentage up all the way from circle's edge. hoping to get some scores up. As we see, Kona Panis continuing to keep pace and move herself up one spot. Quite a lot of movement on that one hole, though, that we saw for our lead card, and that's exactly what can happen here at Winthrop. I know you're no stranger to that. Paige and Katrina currently tied for the hot round at 3 under.
Fade.
Wow, the momentum shift, wow, that's absolutely incredible. And we are bundled up wearing our jackets on set because it is so cold. I know you've mentioned how that can affect the women. You've played here when it's cold. You've played in all sorts of conditions. What do you think is going through their minds as competitors now?
I don't know if they have enough clothes to stay warm, though. So they're moving, so that's good. They're going to have a little bit of a wait right here. They had the same wait yesterday, and unfortunately, after they started playing again, is when we saw Paige a little bit unfocused. She had 3 shots. Her next 3 shots were not what she wanted, and it resulted in some bonus bogey strokes on the remaining holes at the end. Not sure how much precipitation is out there, but it is a little bit wet. There is a little bit of mist. It's going to change things. It's going to make them think about it a little bit more. So I'm not sure. I think we might see some more difficulty as we finish around the corner and finish this round.
Paige has been here before. She's competed at Winthrop. She knows OBs are a fact of life here. She said it in an interview before. She currently has 4 OB strokes against herself just this round. She looks completely unhappy, but she's not necessarily deviating from her game plan, which is what she said was her goal for today. I would just say she's not playing it out successfully either. So
I actually think her score is a little bit better than she probably feels like she's playing. If we can think back to hole number 6, she had 2 shots that could have gone out of bounds, but they didn't. She was able to save a par there, although I think she walked away feeling frustrated because she didn't execute the way that she had hoped.
That's right. In the past couple rounds, Paige has been 100% from circle 1, 83% yesterday. She's currently 100% again. Her fairway percentage has dropped significantly. We have Paige at 84% overall for the event. Today, though, for her round, she's currently 73%. And just having to do some battling mentally, and that's one of the situations you can find yourself in here at Winthrop if you're not prepared. She has to manage her expectations. She's going to have to close in on this momentum and just keep herself from falling apart. It's day 3. She has 18 holes left tomorrow. She's still in the lead by several strokes, but she's got personal goals, and I think that's why we're seeing her be so upset. But these women are heading into hole 13. Juliana, what can we expect to see from them?
Hole 13, 825 feet, par 5. Another elevated tee. The shot needs to gently turn to the left. Anything straight can quickly find itself OB over the path. Anything to left will end up in the tree line. It may be possible to attack this green in 2, but it would require both a well-positioned drive and a long second shot. I think most of the women are going to follow the tree line on their second shot to find themselves in a good position for an approach to the basket. We are playing the shorter pin today, so I'm sorry, this distance is 722 feet today.
Bit of a backup here as we have caught up to our chase card, but we would be mistaken if we didn't mention Heather Young. She's having a great round out here today for her 3rd round at the major. She's currently 4 under, has the hottest round so far. Her last bogey was all the way back at hole number 3, and that was also her last out of bounds shot. Currently 87% on the fairway, 100% in circle 1.
Oh no.
This is a new pin placement, or I'm sorry, this is a new tee placement for this hole. I really like this change. Playing from this little hill here, it's a very interesting tee shot.
Wait, what is she doing? Yeah, she's having a tough round. She did bogey yesterday. I don't
It trickled out of bounds.
So we see Haley King having a bit of a struggle today, finding herself OB several times throughout the round.
She must be cold. I'm shivering.
Me too, same. But as I look down, I continue to see not very much movement, but
Haley finding a lot of extra strokes today. Not much blue on her card.
she is currently tied for 13th. She's dropped down 4 spots to start the day. But again, in finding all of those excess strokes, only dropping down 4 spots means that there isn't many women scoring out there today.
Kona's on a bit of a run. She has birdied 5 of the last 7 holes.
Get into a little bit of a UDisc stats comparison for our leaders. See Katrina Allen continuing to, it's not a surprise to me, but the percentage is a bit low, though she is still leading in fairway hits. Circle 2 and Circle 1 in regulation both go to Paige Pierce, though she is tied with Katrina. And then 94% Circle 1 from Paige Pierce overall for the event. These are not the same as their rounds today. Paige is, of course, 100% for this round, but overall for the event, she's 94%. That's a great putting stat.
I actually think Katrina's 89% is very, very good for this course because there's a lot of danger on this course.
Here we have our stat comparison for the chase card. Sarah Hokum leading in nearly every stat besides putting. She's given that to Missy Gannon. Missy having a bit of a time with the out of bounds. She has 4 OB throws on the day. That resulted in a 73% fairway hits for the day, 77% overall for the event. As we see our chase card getting ready to tee off, here is Kona Panis.
Wait, did she just play from out of bounds?
Played from out of bounds, yeah. Why did Stan let that happen?
No, I don't think she does. She posted on Instagram already. Sit on the edge.
That is a bit off the fairway for Kona. Bit out of position there. She'll need to decide how aggressive she wants to get after that. It is still in the B position. It is a par 5, but as we saw yesterday from our lead card, you can go OB on the simplest of shots here.
I think we had 3 OB shots approaching the pin yesterday on the lead card. I don't expect that we're going to see that today.
And look at the movement and that flight of that disc as the wind picks up and pushes that down. This is one of those moments when these women may have to deviate from their game plan just a touch, pick up something a little more stable, really control the nose angle.
Or maybe even throw just a little bit farther down in trajectory, not to give
Just
kind of like
like
that, so that there isn't as much time for the wind to play with it.
See Sarah Hokum, dominant forehand player. She's going to be going for a backhand here.
That's nice.
That's exactly all you need to do. Get it down into the fairway. Give yourself the best position so you can make your second shot. This is a beautiful shot. I love the shot. This is one of your favorite holes.
This is a really, really fun hole. We're going to take another look at the trailer for the Eric documentary. This is the ultimate nonprofit for early detection of cancer.
We got the call one day that Eric was sick.
When I was 8, I remember being a normal kid.
We went to the doctor. They told us that he had a brain tumor.
And so that's when they said he has to have another surgery. And by then it was right before his 10th birthday. He fought so hard when he was 8 years old, and he fought so hard when he was 10 years old.
Here it goes again. I would never want any parent to have to go through what we did. You can let fear overcome you, or you can do something about it.
We needed to do something.
And Cassandra and my father brought up the fact that they wanted to start a nonprofit about cancer awareness.
I love the name, Eric, of course. It makes so much sense, for early recognition is critical.
I was just really excited to potentially be involved in something like this and to see my dad bring his passions to life.
He was going to go through with it and put everything he had into it.
And I think that that's like what we decided. That cancer's this huge opponent, and the way to beat it is to catch it early.
And I wanted to make sure that we were able to give back to those in need.
What if we could get all the players from the AUDL to do Eric clinics in their cities?
Jim has this idea about going to a school and reaching the children and being able to talk to them and teaching them ultimate.
At that point, I thought, maybe I could get involved in this pro league. I think cancer prevention starts when you teach kids to speak up. Eric's original mission statement is Youth Cancer Symptoms Awareness. We built the Roughnecks with more than just the goal to win the championship. We wanted to make a difference.
So I think one of the things that Eric also did is make it more acceptable and easier for the kids to even talk about it.
Bo Kittredge is the best player in the world.
As the kind of kids came in and the discs came out and we started engaging with them and they started running around and having fun and throwing the frisbee and we started talking with them, it was immediately obvious to me that this would work.
We had a chance to go undefeated, but then he got injured. It's not just about winning, it's about speaking up. It could save a life, possibly your own.
This is Kona's approach on hole 13.
Juliana and I got to take a bit of a break there as we heard from some of our sponsors and can tell you we are doing several jumping jacks and interpretive dance, anything to keep the blood flow, because I know these women are wearing short sleeves and shorts, but it is very cold today in comparison to what we've seen the last few days.
That is a good shot. Anything that is around that tree will give you a good approach.
Ellen
for the basket.
Whitboom showing us exactly how to play hole 13. Well done. Missy Gannon, Skona Panis, Sarah Holcomb, and Ellen Whitboom all on the fairway after 2 throws. I'm going to continue to watch them play out. Hole number 13. Juliana, you were just speaking to the body and how it needs to adapt to the temperature change, how it can make these women feel a bit more tense and stiff, which could affect some of their shots. I'm just thinking to our lead card, having to sit there all this time as the chase card competes on the hole first, sort of a backup. Yesterday it was smooth sailing.
And they're also exposed up on top of that ridge where the tee is.
Correct. Have to wonder if that's going to be affecting their shots.
They may also be doing jumping jacks.
So we see Sarah Holcomb with her 3rd shot. We see. Oh, she does stay safe. Gonna catch up with our leader card as they have begun teeing off. Katrina Allen is safe and in the fairway after 1 shot. And I'm going to guess they are anxious to come down off of this hill because it is very cold up there.
And it's always a little bit difficult to have such a big break in the middle of a round. That'll be fine. Here we are talking about how cold it is, and Owen has taken off a layer.
It's a great nose angle. Well done, Owen. She played that incredibly well.
A little bit better than we saw yesterday. Yesterday she skipped into the trees and had a very difficult stance. Here we see Kat's drive on this hole.
She has given herself a great look for her 2nd shot as we can see some of their drives from the drone angle. When we were affirming the women, telling them that they had good wind reads and were putting the nose down into the wind well, it reminded me of Paige Pierce saying one of her role models in the sport as she was getting into the pro scene was Des Redding, particularly because Des would always compliment her on specific things she was doing correctly. It wasn't just great putt, as we saw from Missy Gannon, or great drives, as we saw from our lead card. It was the more affirming talents that she was displaying on the fairways.
That was a birdie for Sarah Hokum. This is Kona's birdie putt.
Really well done for Kona.
That is the 6th birdie for Kona in the last 8 holes.
She's currently tied with Heather Young for the hot round of the day at 4 under.
And that was also a birdie for Ellen. Star frame for the chase card.
This is Ellen's first birdie, second birdie of the round, first birdie since hole number 2. Hopefully she'll be able to bring herself back on track, but in the meantime, we'll catch up with Heather Young, who's getting ready to throw her second shot.
That's just fine. All
Yeah.
she has to do is be far enough that she's beyond that tree, and she should have a good shot at the basket.
Heather Young and I had a conversation last night. I got to interview her a little bit after her round, and you and I competed with her at the mini golf event that Katrina hosted for the women. She said she's anxious to hear our commentary, particularly what you think of how her game is going so far. And I think you and I are both very proud of how she's been competing this year.
Proud and impressed. That was a great shot by Owen.
Great angle control from Katrina. Complete trust. She needs to stop rolling.
To sit down.
Oh dear. Oh, and just before the OB line.
She's going to probably be putting that.
Oh yeah, she'll get redemption on her missed putt from there yesterday. That will carry nicely. And see, I think this is exactly what she means when she says the back nine plays more to her game. She can, and she just feels better about it. And I think it's because of the shots like that. She can control the putters, she can throw them straight to understable, and she feels completely comfortable doing so. You know, she's not forced to throw a forehand or a shot she may not be as familiar with like she does on the front nine.
She had trouble on this hole yesterday, which was really out of character. She ended up in the tree line on the first shot, then she kind of threw the next shot into the ground, and she tried to throw her third shot harder than necessary, ended up going OB. She has corrected all of those errors and is looking very good on this hole today.
As I'm looking behind me at the tree line, I can see it has in fact started raining. That was always a possibility going into the day, though I believed it was going to hold off until the open division teed off. I don't suspect it's enough to bother the women on this shot, but they will need to take that into consideration for their footing. Heather Young looking to get herself up and into the circle on this forehand.
This is her third shot.
Hangs that out a bit wide.
Oh boy.
And she does skip in, and that is the difficulty there, is skipping in.
There is, of course, a curb there, and so often, more often than you would like, discs skip from the parking lot into the curb and never on the green. This does play as an island green. Players must land on the green to be able to take it from the green.
Heather Young putting for birdie from circle 2. Here's Paige Pierce with her third shot. Nearly identical to the last. Give herself a birdie look. It's all about being comfortable here at Winthrop. Whether the situations change on the fairway or in the weather, giving yourself the best opportunity.
And trusting yourself.
Absolutely, and there's Owen with her third shot. So far, it's going to come down to a putting competition, and to start things off, we have Katrina Allen. Just as you said, she will need to land safe, so I suspect she'll just be sort of laying this up, but if this goes in, it will be for eagle.
I don't know why she went into a knee there. I'd like to ask her about that, actually.
Yeah, there is definitely enough room on the left where if she went too high. But I would say that all of her putts thus far have been high and from a lower position, so perhaps she just felt comfortable mentally giving herself the same environment.
I can now hear the rain.
Don't fall asleep on me, please. This is a very zen moment for us. But not for these women. Like I said, this is going to be just a putting competition for who can walk away with the birdie here on hole 13. And here's Heather from circle 2.
Now from Heather's point of view, the OB is pretty close behind the basket.
It's interesting because in my commentary on Heather, I like to bring up that she was the winner of the Disc Golf Pro Tour Putting Invitational. And then she says one of her favorite things is the lack of expectation people have on her and the fact that it's the beginning of her career.
Paige just missed that somewhat short putt. You can tell that she is not happy with that.
If you remember, she is coming off of hole 12 and she carded the double bogey. So walking away with a par with such a straightforward birdie attempt or birdie opportunity was definitely not in her plans. She's gone back to her bag to recollect herself. Her and Heather Young will putt out for par. Katrina and Owen in the basket for birdie.
Hole 14 for WNC. Design is fairly subjective, but sometimes you find a really great hole, and I think this was better than trying to shorten what we had for USDGC. It's kind of defined by 3 magnolia trees. You can throw left, you can throw right, but putting shots up in the air into a dangerous green is going to be super exciting to watch and to play.
Coming back to some action, here's the chase card drives. Konopanis leaving it up relatively high, but look how quickly that drops down. So much different than what we're used to, but really just has to do with the wind meeting that face of the disc and pushing it down. Here's an interesting one from Ellen Widboom. A bit shorter than she wanted, but playing it safe. I assume she'll just be playing up and down for par, conserving strokes at this point. Oh my goodness gracious.
And still staying on the green.
That was an unfortunate roll for her, but that's what tends to happen when you play that aggressively on this hole. You have to deal with having a bit of a longer putt.
A little bit of a roll of the dice, whether you're going to stay by the basket or not. She can just be proud of herself for having a good line.
Kona has an interesting decision to make here. It seems like she's choosing to be aggressive. She believes she can make this putt, but there are a lot of things that can happen should she miss. Her disc just needs to stay. And that's often the type of miss that we see when you're just a little bit worried about it. It's short, hitting metal. Sarah Hokum missing her birdie attempt. She'll have this for par. And that would be simple enough.
Missy's putt for birdie.
That's an excellent make. Missy Gannon bringing herself up into 7th place, 1 over for the round, 2 over for the event. Katrina Allen has made herself known today. She has the hot score, currently tied with Heather Young, Owen Scoggins, and Kona Panis. Had Kona made that putt, she would be in the lead with a 5 under for the round. Hot scores anyways.
I'm impressed. We have 9 women under par today. Being that it's a little bit colder and windier, I would have probably guessed that we wouldn't have had that many women under par.
Paige Pierce still in the lead by 5 strokes, only shooting 3 under through 13 holes, significantly different than what we're used to seeing from her. She really has to continue to manage her emotions.
I think she's quite frustrated right now. She's not playing the way that she is capable of playing. She still has a good cushion. She shouldn't be worried about that, but it never feels good when you let yourself down.
And here's one competitor who has turned up the heat on this back 9. She's currently 5 down for the back 9. There's Katrina Allen with her drive on hole number 14.
And that's 5 down, not only for the back 9, but for the last 4 holes.
She opts for the standstill approach.
I like it.
Just to be more in control, and wow, what a reward. An excellent change in her game plan, and she is rewarded. She'll have a relatively easy putt for birdie from circle 1.
As easy as a putt can be on an elevated basket, which is not that easy. It's a good line with Owen's sidearm. A little bit of ground action, and she's going to be in the hazard with a long uphill putt.
Turns up nicely. It makes its movement towards the basket and then away from the basket. Heather Young, of course, continues to be 100% from circle 1, so I think she's feeling pretty confident about making this putt for birdie. Paige Pierce changes her game plan as well. Sort of follows in Kat's footsteps here, puts herself even closer to the pin. Birdie will feel good for her, I'm sure.
Clearly an excellent choice by both of those women.
Hole number 14 is playing as the least difficult hole, averaging under par. 11 competitors from the field have birdied it. Only 3 players have carded a bogey on this hole. Now Owen is putting for par from circle 2. She did have a similar issue on hole 11 where she found the OB. She was able to save par on that hole, and I'm hoping she'll be able to do that again. So it will be quite a tester putt.
It's going to take some strength, but Owen definitely has that.
It was right on line, just not high enough.
I don't think that was an attempt. That was a layup, I think.
It did feel a little bit like a layup. And this is all part of it. When you find yourself out of position, what can you do to stay in control of yourself? Sometimes it's just playing for the next best score, which is bogey in this case. Not attacking the basket, perhaps rolling OB.
This is a little bit of a scary putt. Oh, nice.
Nice and low, but manages to find its way inside the basket.
Both Kat and Paige opting for the standstill drive here. Worked out well for both of them. This is Kat for a birdie.
Kat is in for her birdie.
I flinched a little bit on that one. I thought it was a little low.
She'll go 5 down for the round, 14 under for the event. Continued with her birdie streak on the back 9. Paige Pierce in for her birdie as well. In the studio joining us, we have Sarah Nicholson. She's the
Hi, thanks for having me.
founder of Throw Pink. Throw Pink is a nonprofit that funds disc golf events nationwide in order to encourage women and girls to get out and be active, as well as fund the fight against breast cancer. Their goal is to change the face of women's health. Major initiative here at the United States Disc Golf Championship, as well as the Women's National Championship. Sarah, you were competing this weekend, and you're also part of an event happening on Sunday. Can you talk a little bit about your experience here at Winthrop and what you're looking forward to for the weekend?
Well, after my experience here, I definitely need a clinic of my own. But what I'm going to be doing on Sunday with some of the top women in our game is we're going to be doing a clinic for brand new women. We already have 45 women signed up, and they're going to learn how to play disc golf, and they're going to play a mini Winthrop, a 12-hole layout. We'll even have our own little mini like hole 17 with hay bales.
You said clinic. Will there be a clinic there as well?
Yes, there will be. We're going to be teaching them how to putt and approach and drive, and teach them about the game and the history of the sport. And then some of our top touring pros are going to go out and help them fine-tune their skills.
In the past, this has happened on Winthrop property. With everything going on this year, how meaningful is it that you get to be able to continue to have this event?
Well, I really found out just 2 weeks ago that we were going to be able to have it. So it was really awesome, because I was super bummed because all the really great women are here, and so it would have been such a great tie-in to have new players come and watch the new women players. But at first we thought we were going to be able to have it, so it was really exciting. We're going to have it on Sunday. We're hoping that the weather holds off, or maybe we'll just hand out umbrellas.
Well, some of the best women in the world have gotten their start at a women's only event, so maybe someday we'll be commentating on women that have gotten their start because of initiatives like this. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
good luck
for
this
having me.
weekend.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Hole 15, 467 feet, par 4. Here we have our second triple mando on the course. Shots need to pass through the gate. The opening for this triple mando is fairly generous from the tee, given that they don't need to throw max distance to put themselves in good position to approach. But we are getting close to the end of the round, where physical and mental fatigue may be creeping in, both of which would make it harder to hit this line. The basket is in a small grove of trees. It's easier to approach from the left than from the right.
Missy Gannon with her attempt. She is just She must have been listening in to you because she has just done exactly what you said. Here's Kona. She flips it up a bit too high. Heiser's climb, and that climbed right over the triple Mando.
I know from personal experience how frustrating it is to hit that line and go over the triple Mando.
Here's Ellen Woodboom with a great forehand play. And Sarah Holcomb with her drive. Also a forehand play, but she loves those Heiser flip forehands.
Here's Ellen on her second shot.
And that is some of the trouble you can find on this hole. Trying to shape a shot that doesn't have much room to be shaped. She finds a tree on the left.
This is a par 4. She still will be able to card a par on this hole.
The rain has increased significantly since we first mentioned it, so we're seeing some of our competitors who have come a little bit more prepared, have their umbrellas out.
Unintuitively, the sun is also a little bit brighter now, so somebody out there must be seeing a rainbow.
Katrina Allen looking to continue her push. Just needs that to settle down.
Oh.
And that is a good hit. She'll be right before the mouth, out of position, but no penalties. Heather Young, second to tee. 89% on the fairway so far today. 84% overall for the event. I suspect she'll have an easy time getting it through, but the wind and conditions have changed.
Well, the one thing that might make it a little bit harder is if you have a wet disc and you can't control the release as well. Paige missed the Mando yesterday. I don't expect to see a replay of that.
This appears to be the same disc as she threw on hole number 8. That is a zone.
It's a little bit tight. She's going to have a tough shot, but she is through the Mando. Going right through the gap. Kept it low.
Exactly where you need to be. Great positioning. This is one of those holes where the first shot is equally as challenging as the second because of the guarded green. Even if you can get it up to the basket, like we're seeing Missy Gannon, she still has some obstacles to contend with if she wants to make her birdie putt. She is putting for birdie from the edge of circle 1. It's an unfortunate miss for Missy Gannon, though she is only 67% from circle 1 today. She'll be putting for par from circle 1.
This is the most protected basket on the course. That is not turning, but it's wide open from there. She should have a shot. Backhand Heiser into the green.
Katrina Allen currently 78% fairway hits. She started the day overall at 96% after rounds 1 and 2. So I suspect her backhand hyzers are feeling pretty good.
Well, you would have to bring up the fact that I said backhand hyzer when I made a mirror image flip of that. She's going to have a sidearm hyzer into the green from there if that's what she chooses to do. Curious if Paige is going to try to be aggressive here, or if she's just going to get outside, lay up and get outside. Oh, looks like she's got room to do something interesting.
If you're just yeah, I'm not gonna get up there really. Yeah.
I wouldn't go as far as to say she's the furthest back from the basket. I do see a disc right there that's purple, so I'm assuming it's Heather Young's. But
Is it okay if I go, Heather? Kind of looks like you, maybe. Oh yeah, yeah.
That's about as good as she could have done from there.
Good effort from Paige.
She should be close enough that she can get close to the basket, which isn't easy to do on this hole, which will mean that she should still be able to get an easy par.
You can see that feather banner in the background ripping in the wind. These leaves are beginning to fall off of the tree. The wind certainly picked up. Not sure how much is sneaking through these trees and affecting their shots.
They are on the most protected hole of the course.
She's hung that out pretty wide.
She's on the right side of the basket, so there's going to be a lot of little trees in front of her, but she's only lane 2, and she's probably close to the circle. And this is a par 4, so she should be feeling fairly good about that.
Owen Scoggins is not fooling me. She is cold.
She landed in a great spot where she can attack the pin. And she will have a drop-in birdie.
Having a drop-in birdie on hole 15 is exactly what you want. The only other competitor to birdie this hole today was Sarah Holcomb. This hole is averaging over par, coming in as the 5th most difficult on the day.
Now we're going to see just how far to the right Kat's roller went. Oh, even much farther than we thought, but she still should have a opportunity to get under the basket. It's going to be a tricky shot. I think she had the line. She was just a little bit too high.
Paige Pierce wasting no time for her 3rd shot. Playing it pretty safe. Should be putting for par from circle 1, but I'm interested to see her lie because remember there are a lot of trees guarding that green. Heather Young, still the only competitor on the lead card to only find the OB once, and that was all the way back on hole 3. It's the last time she carded a bogey.
Oh, I like it. I can't see the line, but boy, she put that right on it. Gives you an idea of how many little trees there are on the green.
We want to thank everyone for joining us this morning, taking in the action. Joining us in studio relatively soon is Nate Sexton with his own USDGC title. A big fan of women's disc golf. Nate, welcome to our show. It's great to have you in, and honestly, I know you're a huge FPO fan. You and I have nerded out about it quite a lot. It's great to have you here.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to join.
So in walking with the women, can you give us a little bit of insight as to like the vibe of their card?
Sure. I think people were in good spirits. I mean, obviously it's tense because it's a major championship. But the rain just kind of was getting started as I headed over here to meet up with you guys. So I'm not really up to date on the action, what's going on here on 15. But I thought everyone seemed to be playing strong. I was struck by, I just think, I don't know if the statistics would bear this out, but I don't know if I've ever seen as solid of C1X putting from the whole group, despite we just saw a miss from Paige, but they all seem really solid.
That's right. Paige was putting for par from circle 1. She missed, and that was her first miss of the day. She was 100% from circle 1. Katrina and Heather are currently 100% from circle 1. Owen was 100% to start the day. So we see the women wrap up on hole 15. We're going to head over to hole 16. Juliana, what can we expect to see from that?
Hole 16, 342 feet, par 3. This pin is a little downhill from the tee. There is an inside gap with a straight fly-in shot that finishes a little right at the end. The pin is located inside a grouping of trees, so landing close to the basket is doubly helpful. There is a hazard line down the entire right side of the fairway that is about 10 meters from the pin. There is also hazard on the left that might come into play if somebody hyzers out on their drive.
We've seen a lot of movement here at the championship, and a lot of it has been from the chase card. Here's Sarah Holcomb with her drive on hole 16. Just going for that high forehand route. No movement once she hits the green. She'll be putting for birdie from circle 2. And that is the danger of opting for the backhand. Unfortunately, you can carry more towards the hazard, and Missy Gannon has found it.
This looks nice to start. Very good shot by Kona.
She is just on today. And Ellen Widboom.
This is Sarah with her birdie putt.
This is from circle 2. She's seen a few good putts, but fortunately that's a miss. She'll have to concede with par. Sarah Holcomb currently 89% on the fairway, only 20% from circle 2. Missy Gannon having a very off tournament this year. 62% from circle 1. I believe that's the lowest she has experienced all year. She is a putting world champion.
She is putting for par here after finding the hazard.
Ellen Widboom having an off day as well, finding a lot of OB and unfortunately adding strokes to her scorecard. She's currently 9 over for the day. She'll be putting for birdie here from circle 2. Just off the top.
Good attempt.
Quinnipianis did card a 6 on hole number 15 after missing the Mando, as we saw when we were catching up on some of those replays. Here she is putting for birdie. Just an unfortunate miss. Uncharacteristic for her. She's been putting relatively well today.
Well, I like that putt. You know, obviously she's upset that it didn't go in, but it had a nice line. It was just an inch too low.
You can see the feather banners in the background. The wind has certainly picked up, and I think we're seeing a bit of a change in routine in the circle as these women are certainly taking their time.
That putt was a little bit low.
Sarah Holcomb, I think, is one of the few who's more comfortable on the 30-foot line than she is on the 3-foot line. I think she just gets a bit into her head when it's easy and right there in front of you.
Oh, some of that might come from expectations. Nobody's going to think anything worse of you if you miss a 30-footer, but you might worry that people are going to be surprised if you miss a shorter one. You put more pressure on yourself.
One competitor who has fielded all of that pressure is Katrina Allen. She's currently 100% from Circle 1, has yet to miss inside the circle today. She's found the OB a few times, managed to save par on hole 6 after going OB with a 49-foot putt. She did just card a bogey on 15, but she's still 4 under for the round and only 5 strokes behind Paige with plenty of golf left, closing that gap. Nate, I know, Owen hasn't been on tour as often. She's more back this year, and we talked about that earlier in the broadcast, but you were on tour when she was, and does it surprise you to see her coming back so strong? I mean, she's such a good and a well-rounded player, but it can be tough to take yourself off of tour and then come back and be competing so well.
Yeah, I think it's not a real big surprise, but I mean, anybody outside of the top couple names being on the lead card in this position, you could qualify as at least a little surprise. But you never know what kind of practice she's been able to put in, and she's always been a really solid putter. She's leaning heavy on that forehand and playing those flex shots really controlled, so that really works on this course. So seeing those strategies, not surprised too much.
One thing that is surprising to us is just the success that Heather Young has had so early in her career. She's 18 years old, became a PDGA member in 2017, and then accepted cash and turned pro the same year. Here she is 3 years later, competing on the lead card, day 3 of a major.
Heather threw that last shot just a little bit low. I liked the line. I think that she might have gotten to the pin if she had thrown that a little bit higher. Kat throwing a flippy shot here. This is nice.
She'll have a look for birdie from Circle 1.
Day 1, Paige pulled this a little bit too far to the right, finding the hazard. She had a good correction yesterday. Pretty sure she meant to go to the inside of that tree.
She kept it up and she gave it space to come back, but just dropped too quickly. She said her mistake on day 1 was throwing it too hard, and I think you picked up on that right away.
Yeah, that one she didn't throw hard enough, and she missed her line, which actually one might have caused the other.
And speaking of Heather, I want to say I was really impressed by her these last day or two, walking with the women. Not that like I'm some huge deal, but she's walking straight up to me. We've hardly met, and she's talking strategy, talking to me about, I think that shot was where I wanted it. And the thing that strikes me, obviously we know she's a great putter, but I feel like her control right up to her top end distance is really elite. Like, she's throwing out about as far as she throws, and she's hitting the zones. I feel like she's maybe the most in control player in the group right now, as far as just how likely she is to hit her spot.
Oh yeah.
Not only the spot, but to hit it with the right edge control.
She's completely comfortable. And I think that just is a testimony to her maturity, because she's just doing the best that she can, and she's okay if that's not better than everyone else.
And that's golf. You know, she's playing to her strengths. But yeah, it just impressed me, just being 18 years old. We haven't really talked before. And she was just super comfortable, coming right up to me like, well, I'm going to try to do this. And what do you think about this? And yeah, that's about what I want. I think I'll be okay from there. It's just cool.
That was Paige's birdie attempt.
The OB is so close to that basket. Couldn't get a good angle on it, but oh my goodness, I was all clenched up, if not from the cold, but from
it had a chance. I thought
watching that.
It was a good run.
Here's Owen putting for birdie from circle 2. Great effort.
Another good run.
Again, Owen said before she started her round, can't be afraid today. I can't be scared. I just have to stick to my game plan no matter what. That doesn't mean go crazy if you're out of position. It just means don't be afraid to take it easy on yourself out there. Make the movements when you can.
Here's a huge test for that Circle 1X percentage.
All right.
Wow, Katrina. I thought it might be a bit too left, but it finds the cage and sticks in the basket. 100% going into hole 17. Uncharacteristic for Katrina. The season that she's had, she's always found herself trying to finish the holes out. That's always where she's found her struggles. She's often been deemed a fairway goddess by several of the women on tour.
You wouldn't know it by her performance this weekend. She's playing very strong inside of the circle.
If she can stay as dominant as she is on the fairway and now on the putting green, she's going to be really tough to beat. And with that, she does gain another stroke on Paige.
And that's all mental strength. You know, her struggles are well documented, but like to put the time in on the practice and to be mentally strong at this point in the season when you need it at the only major. I mean, she's a career pro, and that she's showing it today.
Paige in for par from circle 1. And with that, Katrina will tie Heather, or take the lead for the hot round of the day. Katrina 5 under for the round, 14 under for the event, 4 strokes back of Paige. Heather still in solo third. She will give a stroke back to Owen, who carded a par. We're definitely seeing a lot more movement of these women for these holes than we did in the beginning. But now moving into the infamous hole 17, Juliana, what can we expect here?
Hole 17, 254 feet, par 3. Players looking to birdie this hole will have to be very precise on the height of their drives, as they have to throw high enough to clear the hay bales and low enough not to go in the water. The safer play is to aim for the wider part of the green, which is to the right of the basket. I think the sidearm layup to the right of the green is the safest shot from the tee. OB shots will play from the drop spot outside of the island along the water. If a player also goes OB from the drop spot, they proceed to the second drop spot inside of the green.
Oh, and Sarah Holcomb just finding The OB just unfortunately not able to throw it far enough to get into the hay bales. This will be strange.
That must not have been Sarah's shot.
I believe it was. It says...
Well, they can choose to throw re-tee. They can choose that as opposed to going to the drop zone if that's what they want to do.
It's apparent that that's what she's chosen to do, though that I feel like that is a strange move.
She has thrown from... she just must have a comfort from that spot. It's a natural sidearm throw.
We're going to follow up with our chase card or catch up with our chase card and be able to see some of their drives here on hole 17 as they make their way to their tee shots. Kona Panis coming out with a strong sidearm.
That's the safe shot right there.
And parked if she's playing that tomorrow.
They're playing the B placement today, which is the right placement.
Oh, okay.
In years past, we have had a placement much farther over, but today they're both pretty close together.
Missy Ginn, an unfortunate OB on her drive.
This is an island green. You must land on the green before you can take it from the green. Well, actually, I'm sorry, 2 OBs and you get to take it from the drop spot on the green.
I'm incredibly proud of Kona Panis's performance at this major so far, especially at Winthrop. I know she's been here before as an employee and a volunteer, but to see her be able to compete on hole 17 and throw a sidearm when not too long ago she didn't even have one of those in her mind at all. It was something she was completely new to, and now here she is using it as her way of getting onto hole 17. That's amazing. I mean, the bravery there and the amount of practice that you have to put in order to be able to do that. I don't think we credit these women enough for the skills that they have.
One unique aspect of this green is that if you go OB from inside the green, you must rethrow from your previous lie. Notice how close the OB is behind the basket.
That's a great attempt. I love her style of putting for a shot like this because it's rare that it's going to carry past the basket. It's really just a matter of dropping it in and giving it enough. Whereas a spin putter, someone who putts a bit stronger, like we saw with Heather Young unfortunately yesterday, can miss and find themselves out of bounds.
That is a fairly new putt for Kona, but it's working very well for her. She has carded 6 birdies today already. This is Sarah for a 4.
Is unable to capitalize on that. I've never been in this position. I know both of you have. Is it really as tough as people say? Hole 17.
Oh, my memories are from the original layout where you throw from the water, along the water, and my first thought is that the difference is that you have to get over the hay bales. So I would always throw low and try to scoot something up to the basket. And I can still remember the one shot that I thought was perfect that just hit the top of the hay bale and stayed OB.
I would say until you miss it, it's easier than people say. And once you miss it, it's harder than people say. Because once you miss short, obviously you got to make a correction.
Of course.
And the water's waiting for you. And once you miss long, Now you're on your third best disc, for at least for the men's rules, and you're in freak-out mode. So it's very difficult, and especially if you need a birdie.
But you do have that safety net now that wasn't originally there, where you can only throw 3 before you are on the inside of the green.
Which is great change, because nobody wants to see a 20. Like,
No.
it destroys. I mean, an 8 is bad enough at
Yes.
destroying your whole tournament, but at least there's potential to recover. You don't recover from a 20.
Everything's always easier in practice anyways. I think just like the bamboo hole, when you're there in a tournament, it seems to look smaller. Unless you're watching from home, then it looks bigger and really easy. As we get a nice drone shot of hole 18, we'll catch up with our lead card, teeing off on hole 17. Katrina Allen really could use a birdie here. She's hanging that out wide. Just too far.
Really aggressive line. Took it wide.
Owen has been relying on this yellow disc all day. I'm not sure what it is, but whatever it is, I know it's stable and she trusts it.
Either that or all of Owen's discs are yellow. Taking the safer shot, going for the wider part of the fairway.
I think that's smart because you see the wind push that disc wide, and I think sort of what Katrina was hoping would happen, but it just hung out a little bit too far.
Paige had an excellent shot yesterday on this basket.
Oh, that just needs to settle. It's no surprise, hole 17 coming in as the most difficult hole of the day. No birdies. So Paige giving herself an opportunity for a birdie from circle 2, but so far she will be the only one. Great follow through. I love that commitment there. Well done.
I think an important thing to note when you're talking about Katrina versus Owen and the positions they're in this tournament right now is, you know, Owen is here to play and compete as best she can, but I'm not sure in her heart of hearts that she has championship aspirations at this moment. And Kat certainly does. So she really has no choice. She has to play that wide shot. She has to go for the park job because Paige Pierce is too good. You're not going to get there playing safe.
Paige Pierce having somewhat of an off day and still 4 strokes ahead of the rest of the field and is now putting for birdie from circle 2. So I completely agree with you in that she's living rent-free in the majority of the FPO's heads.
And Kat just doesn't have the luxury to play safe, or, you know, it probably won't work because she needs a win is what she needs to have success out here. She's one of the greatest players ever. Where Owen, a third or a fourth, you know, that's going to be a nice week.
She didn't quite over the top of that.
Give herself a tester. Katrina has had a pretty successful day regardless. She found herself OB now 4 times. 3 in the front 9 and once in the back. She had a really hot streak of birdies, including an eagle on hole 10. She's doing everything she can, but when you try to get aggressive at Winthrop, sometimes it shows its teeth.
she still has enough time to come back. Got a whole round tomorrow. I think she should be happy with gaining a couple strokes today, though she's going to give 1 or 2 back here. Little confusion for Heather yesterday on a putt similar to this, where she went over the hay bales, and it looked as if she didn't understand prior to the putt.
Oh, wow.
That she would have to re-tee. That was, I'm not sure how that came out. That was beautiful.
That was absolutely beautiful.
And so impressive considering what Juliana just said. You know, the memory of going over the hay bales fresh in your mind, outside circle 1, dead center, so unlucky to get a reaction like that.
Here's a great view of Katrina. Just low. And I think she was a bit worried. She must have held back on that putt a bit, because a full commitment, it was on line. I believe that would have found itself in the basket, but it also would have increased the opportunity of it going OB should she miss. And that's exactly what you said, Nate. Paige just laying up, having room to take a par, play it safe. I want to see that putt of Heather again if we can.
Dead center of the chains.
Oh, it just dropped down straight and rolled its
no
way.
reason for that to come out. She did exactly what she needed to do on that. That's too bad.
Heather will walk away with a par on hole 17. She is 9 under for the event, 4 under for the round. I don't suspect that, I mean, in speaking to her yesterday, she's obviously frustrated with the way that hole 17 has been going. I'm sure this isn't helping. She knows she can make these putts. That's why she's running it. But I think it takes a lot more than that for her to feel uncomfortable on a course like this.
I think Heather is mature enough that she's not going to be upset about that. But well, she you know, she might be a little bit upset, but she's not mad at herself for missing it, because she didn't miss it. The basket spit it out. Sometimes the basket does that, but she threw the shot the way that she needed to. She hit dead center chains, the right speed, the right height. She should walk away and feel proud of that putt.
And just adding on to something Nate said, in comparison to Katrina, Heather also, or I'm sorry, in comparison to Owen, Heather also has little expectations on her. I mean, everything around her right now is just exciting, because we don't really know what to expect, and we don't know how she's going to handle situations. So this is the perfect opportunity for her to show off skills with a little less pressure than Katrina and Paige, who may be expected to win an event like this.
Hole 18, 647 feet, par 5. 18's tee pad is built on the water. There is a bushy tree on the edge of the water that players need to throw around. For max distance, players will throw to the left of that bush. The trick here is to control the turn and the height combination such that it does not lose steam and fall off left into the OB tree line. A safer but tighter shot off the tee is right of the bush under the limb, though we haven't seen many of these top women throw that shot. The second shot here is long uphill and requires considerable accuracy to stay in bounds.
As we see our chase card teeing off, I just want to note that hole 18 is coming in as the first most difficult hole of the day, averaging 1 stroke over par. The only competitor this round to birdie the hole was Sai Ananda. I'm not sure if it's the fact that it's the end of round 3, a change in conditions. I'm sure both of you can lend some professional insight. But what makes hole 18 so challenging for the competitors here at Winthrop?
Oh, there are so many things. It's very long. You have OB the entire length, both left and right. The the slope of the green makes, first of all, where we're watching Kona right now, her run-up is different, so her timing's going to be off, but yet she's being asked to be really accurate, so her timing was off a little bit there, and she didn't get the same line that she was expecting. It's also blind, and then the basket is on the steepest, most treacherous green that we have on the course.
Sign me up. This seems like one of the holes that you make any sort of mistake, whether it's your follow through, the disc selection, power, angle, and any mistake has a high chance of finding the OB.
It bears repeating that Katrina made eagle 3 here on a hole that averages over 6 for the field. I mean, that's sort of an unheard of amount of strokes against the average.
It was absolutely incredible. And then in the same light, on the same hole, Paige Pierce gets aggressive, goes against her game plan when she shouldn't have, and promised herself and us that she wouldn't. She got a little bit greedy and carded a double bogey on this hole.
And that was with making a hero putt at the end. That is going to be toying with the OB on the right side.
That just is exactly what can happen when you don't fully commit to your shot. It seemed like she should have flirted with that left-hand side just a bit more.
That's going to be working its way over on the left-hand side, OB.
And like Juliana said, that uphill just saps your power. You've been out here playing flat holes and throwing hyzers the whole day, and now you need to throw a very powerful dead flat shot that if it goes either way, it's out of bounds. So I think to me it's the hardest shot of the day is the second shot on hole 18.
I agree with that.
Paige Pierce just talking on and on and on in every interview I've listened to. It's not the first shot that's always on her mind. It's the second one. It's that course management. Right now she knows she has a little bit of an advantage over the field. She expects, with her lead and with the momentum coming into the event, a lot of the competitors are going to try to be aggressive, and she doesn't have to.
Though she did play aggressively on this hole yesterday, and we heard over her own audio that she was frustrated at herself for doing so.
I believe it was something along the lines of, "Come on, Paige, you didn't even practice that shot. Why are you throwing that shot?" And I'm like, that's very relatable to me.
It's because she's too good. There's some voice in the back of her head that says, I can execute, even though this is tough. She's seen so much success and she's thrown so many phenomenal shots. Hard to resist that temptation when you know it's possible. You know you could make a highlight play. But this is a course that's designed to bait you into doing just that.
I think it was, I know it was you, so your voice always comes into my head when I find myself in those positions saying, "Hannah, I know you can do this. There's no doubt in my mind that if I gave you a lot of chances, you can do this. But should you be doing this right now?" And then I'm usually, no.
So here's an example of how blind this is. Missy needs to hang this hyzer out there, and she can't really tell where it turns back in for the basket, but you don't want to leave it up on the right side because then you've got that putt looking out over the water with the severe slope.
Yeah, and see, that's hanging it out too wide, which effectively is almost no different than had she jump putted, because she could go jump putt to the pin and be out of there in 3. And it's if you don't play it a little aggressive and take that inside. I mean, she's going for that. She misreleases. It's a fine shot. She'll have an easier approach from there than had she gone jump putt. But there's no way you can run it from there.
One characteristic you'll notice from competitors at the top of their game, like Missy Gannon and the other women on the chase card, is their ability to stay composed and to continuously take their time, whether they're coming out of bogey or whether they're on the fairway going up and down for a birdie. It's very, very important for those of you watching at home looking to improve your own game. Continue to be patient with yourself. Give yourself the best opportunity even if you have not been executing well thus far.
This is Sarah's 4th shot after throwing OB.
That's a great shot for Sarah Holcomb. Bit of a tester putt for her, but given her height and the fact that she'll probably be a little bit taller than the average FPO, I think she'll be just fine with that.
Now Ellen's close enough that she can see where she needs to turn in, but with the mulch you don't have as much experience with how much ground play you're going to get. With grass you can usually, you've done that so many times that you know how much it's probably going to skip. You don't know that with mulch, so there's a little bit of a question in there as well.
Going to catch up with our lead card. I'm sure they're anxious to get on the fairway and off the tee, given that it's so cold out there over the water. Oh, please sit down. Oh, well, that was such a good placement, but an unfortunate roll.
That was terrible. That rolled so far.
Paige making a good correction from day 1 and day 2 where she was very close to the left side.
It's Katrina Allen with her drive on hole 18.
Good edge control by Katrina.
Wow. And Heather Young on the fairway as well after her first shot.
Nice.
Chase card finding some trouble on hole 18. Pretty much about as much trouble as you can find out here. Having not finished their hole quite yet, we can see now why this is coming in as the first most difficult hole for the field. Here's Owen Scoggins after her unfortunate roll away. Terribly unlucky for her.
It's going to be skipping on the right. I think it's going to stay inbounds. Good.
And important to be past that ginkgo tree. That might not smell that great under there, but at least she's past it and she can make a good shot from there, not having that obstructing her play.
And being on the high side of the fairway, she'll have a little bit better angle at the basket. Heather lining up her second shot. Finding herself in a similar position to Owen.
I could wait. It's okay.
Paige Pierce taking her time to line up her second shot. She's given herself a good spot here and suspect she'll be playing a bit less aggressive than we saw yesterday.
Happy to see she's got a mid-range in her hand.
Paige, not one to sit still. when she's not playing disc golf, she's filming it, vlogging it, taking photos of it, or traveling the country. So I'm not surprised to see her be a little bit impatient, wanting to get this second shot out of the way.
Disappointing double bogey for Kona there after a pretty solid day, but that's going to send her home on a sour note.
Sarah Holcomb with a bit of a scary putt there.
Though I think I'd rather be putting from below the basket than above from the same distance.
Hole 18 has not been kind to our chase card, but again, it's all about managing your emotions and your expectations. I'm sure there's a lot to think about and break down mentally for these women heading into the final day of our major.
Kat putting herself in an excellent position.
How does this compare to the drive where she made eagle?
Similar.
It's great. I mean, she's taken most of the uphill out of it with the big power drive.
I actually stopped breathing in anticipation for what she's about to do, so if I just pass out, it's fine. The show can go on. It's got to get more movement. Oh, she
threw that lower than she did yesterday. It was still a decent line.
Birdie's still really good.
Oh, yeah. This is Paige's approach on 18. Second shot.
Right off the tree. She'll find herself in bounds, but a little bit.
I couldn't tell if that was still turning when it hit the tree. If so, then she's happy that she hit that tree.
Some scoring updates. Now that the field's scores have come in, Callie McMorran has moved up 5 spots in the day, tied for 7th, with Jessica Weiss, who's moved up 3. The lead card is keeping it safe, having a bit of a better time than the chase, but
well, I think she's disappointed in that. She wanted to get that under the basket. Played a little bit too conservatively, maybe, and didn't put enough on it.
Really easy mistake to make, as sloped as that green is.
Well, I know you said you've been impressed by Heather and impressed by Owen. Of course, you had nice things to say about Katrina and Paige, but anything particular stick out to you as you've been watching these women compete, or maybe just following them in person?
They're phenomenal. I've been having a great time. I've been looking forward every day to coming out and watching them throw, as we see another great shot right there.
That was an excellent shot by Heather.
The putting, I think, is what's really stuck out to me. I feel like there's been tournaments where C1X has been kind of a hit or miss thing that I've seen before, and I feel like the women's game is rising. You know, Paige and Katrina pushing always. I wish we had the European women here as well, and the European men too, but I think the putting, the pressure that's been out here, and the consistency with that they're executing, even in like a little bit windy conditions, really, really solid.
It's been quite a privilege to be able to have your opinion, both as a competitor and a big fan of FPO, and it's moments like that for Paige Pierce that keep her in the lead. She has thrown that disc up and down the courses and stayed in control of it.
She has cleaned up her play on 18 considerably.
As we watch the women finish up hole 18, we want to thank Nate Sexton for joining us in the booth. Nate, feel free to stop by tomorrow. It's been great to watch and great to hang out with you for just a few moments.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
For those of you who want to keep hearing Nate's voice, make sure you stick with us and follow along during the USDGC as the open division comes and competes at Winthrop. Nate will be working for the media team and doing some commentary there.
That was the most casual run I've ever seen.
Heather Young in.
Nice finish by Paige. That was a bogey for Owen.
Put you on my shoulders.
And a drop in, well, sort of a drop in. Birdie for Kat.
Hope you enjoyed your round.
Three of our competitors have managed to birdie hole 18. Again, they are the only three of the day. And Paige Pierce, not the round she wanted, but she certainly managed herself well out there and continues to be above the rest of the field. Heather Young. Just another story for you. I mean, an incredibly young, talented player.
Great composure.
Excellent. I mean, unmatched, I feel, out there at Winthrop.
I also want to give Ellen credit. She birdied 18 as well.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. Well, it has been such a pleasure watching these women. There's Heather Young's score for you. Remember to stick with us tomorrow. We want to thank all of you for joining us today. I am Hannah Macbeth. Joining me in studio is five-time PDGA World Champion Juliana Korver. So much stuck out to me. Their composure, the way that they had to attack differently today, the circumstances and the weather, which I believe we will see tomorrow. There's lots going on here at Winthrop. Juliana, and speaking to Paige, you know, she's got to be beating herself up after that performance today, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been, and I know you mentioned that.
She still scored well enough. She didn't lose ground. I think she's going to go home and she's going to be a little bit disappointed in a handful of her throws were off, and you can't usually say that about a Paige round, that there were a handful of throws that were off. You know, she is so good that it's hard to come up with critiques, but she is also very, very hard on herself, so she would be the first person to say that wasn't the best round.
Well, another competitor who had a pretty great round today was in fact Katrina Allen. Katrina, I thought for a second was going to go on a birdie tear throughout 18, so we're going to have to keep our eyes on her tomorrow. But for today we are over, and if you want to join us tomorrow, we will be live at 9:30 Eastern. Juliana and myself, of course, in the booth. Thank you again to Nate Sexton for joining us. Stay tuned for the Golden Rake. We will be awarding that to a very special someone coming up shortly. Thank you all for joining us.